welcome. I'm Terry Gannon. We are down to the final 2 regular season events in the ISU Grand Prix of figure skating. What began a long time ago, it seems, in Colorado Springs has now made stops in Canada, Germany, France, and Russia. Next week, it wraps up in Nagoya, Japan, before the best of the best move on to compete at the Grand Prix final in Lyon, France in January. The pairs competition here at Cup of Russia about to get underway, and already there's been a development before any of the skaters have taken the ice. Salé and Pelletier, one of the best teams in the world, have been forced to withdraw from this competition because David Pelletier came down with a stomach virus. We welcome in Olympic silver medalist Peter Carruthers. The Canadians out of the way, as I say, they're one of the best teams in the world. How does that affect the Grand Prix overall?
Well, it actually affects Americans Ina and Zimmerman. There are 3 teams here in Russia that can overtake Ina and Zimmerman in points, and only 2 need to do so to knock Ina and Zimmerman out of the finals. But the teams that are here, they are strong. Petrova and Tikhonov train in St. Petersburg, so they'll for sure have friends and supporters. And then the Chinese team of Shen and Zhao, well, they're dynamic. They haven't been as consistent this year, but as of late, they're getting a lot better. And I guarantee you this, you'll be able to follow these teams right to the World Championships for a great battle for the podium in the pairs.
When we look at the Grand Prix standings overall, the Americans are not here competing, but here's how this affects them. Salé and Pelletier already guaranteed a spot in the Grand Prix final. Remember, you get 12 points for a win, 9 for second place, so it allows the Russians and the Chinese to perhaps pick up those 2 spots, and that would edge Ina and Zimmerman out of the Grand Prix final. Remember, the men, the ladies, and the ice dancers still to come. Susie Wynn will join us a little bit later on, but taking the ice in the pairs competition, Tatiana Topmianina and Maxim Marinin of Russia. They are one of the 3 teams that Peter was talking about that have a chance to knock Ina and Zimmerman out of the Grand Prix final.
These 2 are very strong in their side-by-side jumps, single skills, and she really stumbles on hers in Paris. Much better at Trophy La Ligue, not here.
They finished 2nd at Trophy La Ligue, finished 7th at Skate America, but Skate America was their non-scoring competition. Remember, you can compete in up to 3 of the Grand Prix events, but 2 of those actually count in the standings, and the skaters designate which 2 count.
This is the throw jump. It is now in the pair short program, and she puts her hand down, so they've got some deductions to deal with right off the bat. Deductions, of course, coming away from required elements mark. Awfully close together. You have to worry when you're a pair skater that a blade doesn't hit you. It's been known where partners actually spike each other when they're rotating in the spins like that.
Well, Yelena Berezhnaya may be the most famous of those incidents. Short program, 2 minutes and 40 seconds in length, with 1/3 of the overall score. Tatiana Topmianina and Maxim Marinin get us underway here in the pair short program. They live and train right here in St. Petersburg, Russia. 7th in the world last season.
Split double twist lift. Man grabs the lady's hips to throw her into the air, and then the catch is important. Judge is looking for a nice, easy set down. Side-by-side triple toe loops, as I said. They're usually very strong in these jumps, but watch her stumble right out of her jump. Sloppy exit there, so that will take its toll on the first mark.
Well, it wasn't the start to this competition here at home that they had hoped for. First of 2 sets of marks now. Required element marks 4.6 up to 4.9.
I gotta tell you, they're really hitting them hard for those required elements.
This is the team that won the bronze medal at the Russian National Championships last year. Went on to compete really for the first time internationally after that. Presentation marks now 5.2 to 5.4 for Totmianina and Marinin of Russia. St. Petersburg now, the pair short program underway, and taking the ice, the teenagers from California, the Americans, Tiffany and Johnny Stiegler. They finished 4th at last season's U.S. National Championships. Only 15 and 17 years of age, respectively.
And they are coached by the best, 3-time Olympic champion Irina Rodnina. What she has given this team is power and the understanding that you have to work as a pair, not individually. Side-by-side jumps, not even close. Confidence level low on that. Nice height on that. Johnny caught her well. Oh, really unfortunate. You can just see the timing. You have to throw your partner at exactly the right time. On top of that, you have to throw her straight up into the air.
Stieglers really stepping up in terms of competition this year, although they did compete at the Grand Prix last season.
And that lift failed right there at the end. A very awkward set down. Timing not in place. They're distracted. Oh, Johnny bailed on his spin. It's the worst feeling in the world, watching your partner spin while you stand there, because you're supposed to be spinning with her.
That's got to be agony.
It is, Terry. I can tell you, I've been there.
Not too often, though.
Well, the only thing I can say is I know what it's like when you're out there with your sister and all you want to do is say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make the mistake, and really there's no one to blame. It's just a bad day.
But what does your sister say to you? That's the question. Tiffany and Johnny Stiegler, an 8th place finish at Skate Canada, and an inauspicious start here in Russia.
A couple of things happened here. You can watch both skaters. She gets up into the air and does only a double, and he doesn't even get close to his triple, so failed rotation there. That started things off. Unfortunate. And again, you could see how his foot flew up. The timing wasn't right. When you see the man hit an awkward position like that on the throw, he's off balance throwing.
And now the marks, and you would expect those, unfortunately, to be very low. Required elements 3.0 to 3.6.
Yeah, they know it's just not a good day.
Too bad. Wonder the last event was that the Stieglers received a 3.0. Presentation marks 4.4 to 4.9. Disappointing start for the Stieglers. Back inside the Sports and Concert Complex here in St. Petersburg, Russia. Taking the ice right now, Shen and Zhao of China, the reigning world silver medalist. Many thought they should have won the world title over Berezhnaya and Sika Relidze last season. They did win the Grand Prix final. Trying to wrap up a spot in Lyon with this event.
To say the least, they are very explosive. But they need to keep their unison and timing in place with the power. Opening, side-by-side triple toe loops. Very good. Well, Terry, this is where the fireworks begin with these two. Watch the height that she gets on this split double twist lift, big delay. And traveling across the ice about 25 feet on this triple loop. Cheers from the Russian audience. They really respect it.
Well, they're starting to heat up this building a little bit. It is extremely cold here. You know how cold it is in Russia this time of year, but I can't imagine this building is more than 40 degrees. Does that have an effect?
That's an effect. Short sleeve shirts, ladies in skirts. Got to keep the muscles warm, ready for the performance. Watch the way they enter this lift and then the change of position.
Shen, Zhao of China, letting you know why they were the reigning world silver medalist. Off to a great start here at Cup of Russia.
You've got to respect the height that they get on this lift. She delays the rotation, and then he throws her way over his head, setting her down, stepping right in to the next move. And then this is a big throw. She really flies across the ice. Strong lower back and a very strong right leg enable her to land that. And they keep this lift moving across the ice very well. Good utilization of the ice, and then a change of position to add difficulty. A little bit smoother dismount would be better for them, but overall a good short program.
Shen and Zhao with a lot of fans here in this building. These fans remember that it was right here last season that they won the Grand Prix final.
The
First set of marks, 5.2 to 5.8.
5.7, 5.2.
Quite a large range. The crane judge
5.6.
at 5.2. Imagine these will go up. The presentation, that is.
Now the second set of marks, 5.5 up to 5.8 the range.
The second mark.
So those are a little bit higher, and Shen and Zhao into the lead over Tokmiania and Marinin of Russia. Back in St. Petersburg, Shen and Zhao of China in the lead over Totmianina and Marinin of Russia, as Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov take the ice here in their hometown. You can tell by the reaction of the crowd. The European champs last season. They came in second at the Russian National Championships.
Having had a victory over the Chinese at Nations Cup in Germany, got some confidence in their hometown.
With a win or a second place finish, they would secure a spot at the Grand Prix final.
Side by side, triple toe loops. Oh, she totally forgot her mechanics on the jump. That is nerves. That's a disastrous start for them. Can they get it together here? That was fine. Now she had a hard fall on her individual jump. Now she has to be thrown on top of it, and nice triple sow cow there. Star lift, somersault, exit. Unison. Are they spinning together? Very nice. No problem there.
This pair made it to the Grand Prix final last season, where they finished third right behind Berezhnaya and Sikhoridlidze. In fact, Maria used to skate with Anton Sikhoridlidze, and together they were two-time junior world champions.
Combination spin, wires if they change position. She seized up on her jump. That's what happened. You could just see it going in. Tentative, nerves, maybe the pressure of skating in the hometown.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's fun to skate in your hometown and to compete in front of the home crowd and your family and friends, but a lot of pressure that goes along with that. Petrova and Tikhonov.
Check her position out on the takeoff. Arms come up too high, and there she has nowhere to go, and she's just so scared she lost focus of what she does every day in practice on that jump. That's a shock. And this is called a star lift because the lady goes up in a star position. That's a layout star, and then they'll change this up and somersault out for the exit. Watch the twist right here. Very innovative.
So let's see the first set here now. 5.1 up to 5.5 your range, Peter.
That's obviously indicative of the fall. So we want to clean that up for sure the next competition.
Presentation marks in the 5.5 to 5.8 range.
There you go.
The Italian judge at 5.8. So Petrova and Tikhonov move into second place right behind Shen and Zhao. Kicking the ice right now, King Peng and Zhang Tong of China. They recently won the Chinese National Championships in November. Remember this, the pairs short program, the pairs free skate, along with the finals of the ice dancing competition coming your way over on Lifetime Friday night beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern.
They may have been in the shadow of Shen and Zhao. However, they have made great improvement in their skating. Throw triple sow cow. Wow! Ooh. What made that so impressive was the delay. That is, she went up, didn't rotate quickly on the first rotation, then did 2 quick ones for a beautiful triple. If she had carried that aggressive attitude into her solo jump, it would have been a lot better.
Should mention that at those Chinese national championships, Shen and Zhao did not compete in November. Both teams from the same hometown, Harbin, northeastern city in China.
Judges want to see an arch in the lady's back to show strength in the death spiral, and then they also want to see her head close to the ice while she's spinning around in that move. Lift. That position could be a little bit more stretched out. It was kind of bowing in the middle.
Well, a 4th place finish at Skate Canada. This their 2nd event in the Grand Prix this season. And again, a lot of fans here cheering the Chinese skaters on in St. Petersburg, Russia. King Peng and Zhang Tong here in the short program.
She delays this. Watch the first rotation slow, and then the second and third very quick. Nice. Unfortunately, she doesn't carry that great rotation through to her jump. She goes down, he flips out. So the required elements mark will suffer here. That's the first mark.
King Peng, 19 years of age. Zhang Tong, 20 years old.
The first mark.
First set of marks, 4.6 up to 5.0. Did you expect better?
Well, I expected them to skate a little bit better, actually. No one's really grabbed the reins here in this pair event.
And now the presentation marks those a little bit higher in the 5.1 to 5.3 range. But King Peng and Zhang Tong now in 4th place behind Tokmianina and Marinin. But the leaders after the short program, Shen and Zhao of China over Petrova and Tikhonov, the reigning European champions from Russia. That's Evgeny and Morozov ahead of Tokmianina and Marinin of Russia. Don't forget. Welcome back to a very cold and snow-covered St. Petersburg, Russia. The Cup of Russia continues now, the 5th of 6 events in the ISU Grand Prix of figure skating. And inside the Sports and Concert Complex, it is not much warmer in here as the men get ready for their short program, including Evgeny Plushenko, the reigning Russian national champion, 12 points overall in the Grand Prix with a win here in St. Petersburg, where he lives and trains. He will guarantee himself a spot in the Grand Prix final. From China, Zhengjin Guo, a part of this competition, 7th in the world last season, almost won the Nations Cup competition, finished in 2nd right behind Alexei Yagudin, the reigning world champion. And from the U.S., Trifon Zavanovich, the silver medalist from the U.S. National Championships, a 5th place finish at that competition in Germany, but a solid start. He was pretty pleased with his performance there. Overall, the Grand Prix standings look like this. Yagudin already in. He'll be in Lyon, France for the final. Stoiko should be there as well. Plushenko trying to clinch a spot here in Russia. Zheng Guo of China with 9 points right now. Needs a good performance in this event. And more than likely, Michael Weiss, even though he is not skating here in Russia, with the movements of the other skaters in Cup of Russia, he should be eliminated from that grand 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This men's short program with 1/3 of the overall score and gets underway with the 24-year-old from Los Angeles, Trifon Zavanovic. His second event this season in the Grand Prix.
It really is a laundry list of elements that you have to perform: jumps, spins, and footwork. But think of it like this. The skater wants to get through each element without a mistake, because a deduction occurs if you make a mistake within that element. Right away, triple Lutz. Very nice. Now he'll go for the triple axel. Triple toe loop, forward takeoff, always 3.5 revolutions, and almost coming to a grinding halt on the second jump. He'll want to have more speed running out of the landing of that second jump to make it effective in the future.
Quadruple jumps are allowed in the short program. Of course, Trifon does not plan one. Has not landed one cleanly in competition yet, although he came awfully close at the Four Continents competition last season.
Footwork, that is, those steps that you see go straight down the ice. There's the flying spin. The hockey player turned figure skater, still big hockey fan, Trifon Zavanovic from LA, 16th at the World Championships last season. Mentioned earlier, 5th place finish at Nations Cup, trying to better that here. Steps leading up to this triple Lutz. The right foot picks into the ice. He vaults up off that. Very nice. But on the second jump that we're going to see, you'll notice that he's moving pretty well here on the triple axel, 3.5 rotations. But watch what happens on this jump, almost at a stop. And the foot touches down. Again, he'll want more run out on that landing in the future.
Trifon with his coach, Gary Visconti, who may be the most animated coach in figure skating. We saw him last year at the U.S. National Championships just going nuts when Trifon won the silver medal. First of 2 sets of marks for required elements, 4.7 to 5.3.
And in practice, actually, Gary was telling me, I want Trifon to go through his program and never stop so that he's sure when he's in competition.
Presentation marks 4.6 to 5.4 for Trifon Zavanovic. Back in St. Petersburg, the men's short program continues now as Zheng Guo of China takes the ice. 7th at the World Championships last season. And we mentioned going to break, he is known for getting up in the air and turning 4 times. Master of the quad, he has one planned in the short.
Boy, was he impressive in the past Grand Prix competition. A huge quad. Can he follow it up? Do it again. just warm up with an easy triple axel, triple toe. Like Zivanovic, he didn't have great run out, but he was better as far as his back position, straighter. Here's the quad. Just a piece of cake for him.
How easy did he make that look?
The reason for that is he trusts his timing, and he gets the spring he needs to create the rotation. And he never fools with that when the pressure is on. Drop into a back sit spin. Well, he sure did set the bar there. A lot for these men to chase.
We mentioned how impressive he was in his last Grand Prix event. That was a second-place finish at Nations Cup in Germany. Zheng Guo of China.
This man has a great understanding that you have to get up in the air before you start your rotation. His timing is perfect for that. He'll want to have a little bit better run out here, but he's straight, and he does not put his foot down, so there's no deduction there. Very wise on his part. This quad kind of takes on the look of a triple. It's so easy for him, but he just lets it climb to the top. Tight air position allows him to rotate like that. Great landing.
He began skating at the age of 5 alongside the Chinese pairs team, Shen and Zhao. They're all three from the city of Harbin, which is kind of a skating mecca in China. Required element marks now, 5.0 to 5.7, a wide range.
Very solid marks, though. The Chinese are coming on very strong in all disciplines.
Presentation marks 5.2 to 5.6, and that's where he's tried to make the most strides. In fact, Rene Roca and Gorsha Sur, the U.S. ice dance champions from the past, working with him in his choreography. Zheng Guo into the lead. Back in the Sports and Concert Complex here in St. Petersburg, Russia, the men's short program continues with Alexander Apt from Moscow, 23 years of age. And one of the favorites, obviously, with this crowd.
Attempt at the quad, however, a touchdown on that landing, 3/10 there.
Alexander Abt came onto the scene with so much promise. We saw him at Skate America a few years ago. Won the bronze medal at Europeans in '98. Has had injury after injury. He is finally healthy for the first time in a long time.
And that's always difficult because the recovery time that you need for these injuries, you're losing ground on the guys that are doing their jumps day in and day out.
It was as if this crowd wanted a reason to believe that Alexander Abt could take it to a certain level once again. They got more and more into his program as it went on.
Absolutely true. And with Guo being so good to meet this pressure, good for him. Touchdown on that quad, though. 3/10 off the first mark.
Yeah, he's thrilled, though.
Gets plenty of air for this triple axel. Good rotation, and he doesn't rush the takeoff of the second jump. Good double toe loop for the triple double combo. Now on this quad, you have to watch the feet on the landing. Good rotation in the air, but you can't ignore the fact that he does touch down on 2 feet. That's a 3/10 deduction. A triple that's clean without a touchdown actually will not have a deduction.
So let's check out his marks now. Required elements, 5.1 up to 5.7.
And these are solid marks.
5.6.
Tough to see sometimes for the touchdown, but the attempt, I think, gets credit. Well, he did 4 rotations.
And look at the presentation marks, 5.4 to 5.7. So Alexander Abt, the crowd favorite here, into the lead over Zheng Guo of China and Trifon Zivanovic of the U.S.
5.7.
As Andrei Plushenko of Germany takes the ice. Saw him earlier at Nations Cup in Germany, where he finished 6th. Five-year-old who has been on the scene for some time now, a 4-time German champion, 2-time Latvian champion when he was living there. He was 9th at the Worlds last season with a 5th place finish in '98.
Does not have the quad planned. Triple axel, double toe loop. To be competitive and be up among the top men, the guys are hitting the quads and landing them on 1 foot. That really sets them apart. Good triple Lutz there. Circular footwork. Have to make a complete circle around the ice. Almost going on his nose on that double axel, pitching forward.
Plushenko made it to the Grand Prix final last season after Takeshi Honda and Elvis Stoiko dropped out. It was not a good event for him, though. He finished 6th out of 6 competitors. The championship held right here in this building.
actually got a lot of presentation in his skating. The way he expresses the character within the music.
Andrei Plushenko, his effort in the short program. Tough acts to follow, though. Alexander Afton, Zhengjin Guo, certainly not on the same level with his short.
The first jump that he did was the triple axel, triple toe. 3.5 rotations. You got to stop the rotation and then go right up into the next jump. He was falling forward on the first landing. Now you can see later on in the program that is accentuated even more so here. Watch him really go forward, and that was only 2.5 rotations. So problems within the axle jump itself, but still, no fall.
The marks now for Plushenko for required elements, 4.9 to 5.4.
You can really see how much the quad adds when you do it without a mistake. That was not done here, but the second mark
for presentation, yeah, Peter, 5.3 to 5.6. So even without the quad, Plushenko able to move into the top 3.
Well deserved. The presentation in his program was very good.
Trifon Sabanovich of the U.S. now moves down to the 4th spot. Back in St. Petersburg, where Alexander Abt of Russia leads over Zhengjin Guo of China and Andrei Plushenko of Germany here in the men's short program. But the crowd favorite at home here in St. Petersburg, 17-year-old Evgeny Plushenko takes the ice, the reigning Russian national champion and reigning world silver medalist.
What makes this program so spectacular is not only the incredible jumps that he'll fire off, but the fact that it is to saber dance, a very difficult piece of music to skate to. Fast, right away, the quad. Oh, and really hard fall. Certainly didn't slow him down, though. He is really moving into this triple axel, triple toe loop. The first, the second, waits nicely, good timing.
Remember, he won the Nations Cup competition in Germany, so he's trying to wrap up a spot at the Grand Prix final with a win here.
Down the road, I just know he's gunning for that world title like there's no tomorrow.
Of course, it's fellow Russian Alexei Yagudin who has owned that title the past 2 seasons.
Really fast footwork, steps quick, changes of direction. That's what makes it hard. Judges respect that. Look at all that footwork he's got in that program. Really solid. It's required, but he does it well. Hard to grab that leg and keep spinning, especially for men that were not so flexible to do that. See it more with the ladies, but tough fall in the beginning.
Tough fall in the beginning. Remember, Guo did the quad. Alexander Abt did the quad, but came down on 2 feet. So it wasn't exactly clean, and Plushenko not able to do the quad. Of course, that's not the only thing in his program. The 17-year-old world silver medalist here at home.
Really moving well into the quad. He didn't hold back, but it got a little bit swingy. That is, the check wasn't solid on the takeoff, so he spins out on the landing. 4/10 there. We'll see that on the first mark. And now here, the triple axel. Forward takeoff, gets up in the air with plenty of height, waits, doesn't rush the second triple. That allows him very successful landing on the second jump. And these feet really move fast, changes of direction. He has a lot of agility, and the judges certainly respect that. Speed, power, presentation, it's all there.
So we'll see how it works out with the judges now. First set in the 5-3 to 5-5 range.
Well, that tells me that we're going to see the second set of marks much higher because they had to take the deduction for the quad on the required elements. What will the presentation show?
Well, you can tell by the reaction. 5-7 to 5-9. So the presentation marks, that's what gets Evgeny Plushenko to the top of the leaderboard over Alexander Apt and Zheng Guo. Welcome back to Cup of Russia. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers ringside with the final skater here in the men's short program taking the ice, Ivan Denev of Bulgaria. Evgeny Plushenko, your leader, or Alexander Apt and Zheng Guo right now.
Now with his third place finish that just occurred at Trophy Lali, his confidence should be good. And I'll say it is on that triple axel, triple toe loop.
Mentioned that third place finish. He received 7 points in relation to Michael Weiss of the U.S., who has 9 right now. Denev certainly one of those skaters that could bump him out of the Grand Prix final.
Oh, and then a very strange mistake on his triple flip jump. Think about it, he fired off 6.5 rotations in the combination, and then the individual triple jump, problems. Well, with the tough competition on the quads, not a lot of great quads in this competition, but for the most part, he knows, shaking his head, going down on that triple flip. Problems there for sure.
Ivan Denev, 21 years of age, from Sofia, Bulgaria, a 3-time national champion.
This is the triple axel, triple toe loop. He has a good position on the takeoff, shoulder square to the ice. And then a nice, easy setup for the triple toe. Very well done. But right after that, he didn't keep the momentum going. And it was right here. This is the triple flip. Right foot gets you up into the air, and he gets too far back on his heel, and that's why he falls backwards on the edge. Leaning backwards, no result.
Well, you can tell by his posture that he doesn't expect very good marks. First set, 4.7 up to 5.2. It's Peter's couch they borrowed for this competition. From the living room. Presentation marks 5.2 up to 5.5. Zovan Denev of Bulgaria currently in 5th place. But your leader after the short program, no surprise, Evgeny Plushenko over Alexander Abt, who is a bit of a surprise, in 2nd. Then Zhengjin Guo of China in 3rd. Plushenko, and right behind Denev, Trifon Zavanovich of the U.S. From humble beginnings in Volgograd, about 1,000 miles from here, to a hero in St. Petersburg. Evgeny Plushenko goes for the gold medal here on top of the Canadians right now. Then in 3rd place, a good battle going on for that between the team from Poland, Novak and Koleshinsky, and Dubray and Lausanne of Canada. But to start this original dance, and they look ready right now. From Russia, in front of this home crowd, Anna Semenovich and Roman Kostomarov.
Hopefully they'll heat up this skating rink, Terry.
Little chilly in here.
They've only been skating together for 5 months, and really they've come together quite nicely as a dance team.
Barry Gannon, Susie Wynn with you ringside. Where it is maybe 40 degrees. That's about it.
The original program is 3 minutes in length. Last season it was 2 minutes. Lots of rule changes. 5 required elements, two dance lifts, 2 step sequences, and a dance spin.
Ice dancing, of course, the only discipline in which the skaters compete 3 times throughout an event. The compulsory dance, this original dance, and then the free dance. Which, by the way, you can see over on Lifetime Friday evening beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern, along with the finals of the pairs competition. The original dance, 3 minutes in length and worth 30% of the overall score.
Their first dance lift. Look, he's in a spread eagle position. That's very hard to balance in that position. Very nice.
Anna and Roman actually grew up in Moscow, and they have known each other for most of their lives. They were childhood friends. Now live and train in Newark, Delaware, and their coach, Natalia Linichuk, actually put them together this past summer. They were previously skating with other partners.
Well, they certainly bring that samba rhythm alive. The dancers are allowed to pick 2 or 3 selections of music: the cha-cha, mambo, merengue, rumba, and samba. And they certainly have a lot of energy. They're fun to watch.
And a lot of support here, too. Russian flags flying high. Anna Semenovic and Roman Kostomarov from Russia.
This, their second dance lift, one of the required elements in the original dance. Goes to a very high level, very hard to balance. Watch how he's in what's called a spread eagle position. That takes tremendous balance, nice flexibility. Well done. And here you could just see the energy. It really reaches out to the audience. It's almost choreographed with all of their steps as well.
Check the marks now. First of 2 sets for composition. 4.9 to 5.2.
5.2.
Well, they skated everything very well at this point. Some of their unison was a little off because they are a new team. That's where that will affect their skating.
And now for presentation, well, those are higher. You can hear from the reaction of the crowd. 5.1 to 5.4 for the Russian team, and this thing started here in the original dance. Back in St. Petersburg with the 6-time Italian national champions, Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio in first place after the compulsory dance, trying to pull off an upset here in St. Petersburg. Bourne and Kraatz are in second. The Italians have already won this season. That was at Skate America. They finished second at Trophy La Ligue. They're guaranteed a spot in the Grand Prix final. This is a non-scoring competition for them, but awfully important if they can complete the upset over the Canadians.
Terry, what I really sense from this couple is confidence, speed, flow. They look very comfortable in their partnering. They've been really fun to watch because they've improved so much. Really fast circle sequence there. They're very comfortable with this cha-cha rhythm, using a lot of holds and passes from the ballroom floor.
At the risk of overstating the upset theme here, but you know how slow change is in the world of ice dance. Is there a shift in maybe the perception?
I think maybe, Terry, at Skate America, everyone was shocked that they were able to pull ahead of Lebesheva and Averbuk, but they really deserved it. Here in the compulsories, it could have gone either way. The Canadians did look very smooth. Both couples were very equal in the compulsory. It's fun to see the change. Now, as they head into their straight line footwork, they go in with tons of speed. Most couples have opted to take it from a stopping position, so they've got lots of speed, good coordination. Their twizzles are in coordination, Terry. That is one turn on one foot, rather.
Love when you point out those twizzles, Susan.
Very difficult lift there. She somersaults through his arm. Another great performance by these two. They really are coming alive this season and coming into their own. It's fun to watch.
First and a second place finish already this season for Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio. They picked up $48,000 in those two events. Trying to pick up another check for $30,000 here in St. Petersburg.
Terry, maybe they could take us to dinner tonight.
I'm for it.
You can really see their great unison. They're skating very close together. Look, she somersaults through his arm. That's very dangerous because her foot comes very close to his arm. Just see the energy between them. They really work well together. And that confidence is really shining through in their performance here in the original dance.
So the marks now, the first set for composition, 5.4 up to 5.7.
And these marks are higher than they were at Lalique. Their range in Lalique was 5.2 to 5.4.
Where they placed second last week in Paris. Now for presentation, 5.5 up to 5.8 the range for Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Morgaglio, the leaders after the compulsory dance. So far, they are still in that place. Back inside the Sports and Concert Complex here in St. Petersburg, Russia, Bourne and Victor Kraatz from Canada, the 7-time Canadian national champions. In second place, heading into this original dance.
Terry, really a goal for them is to try to make some ground here in the original dance by skating very clean and doing what they could do best, which is smooth, beautiful skating. Beautiful edging there. It's very deep, very round lobes. The judges are really looking to see dancers have that capability. Very pretty short lift, very difficult because they're in very low positions to the ice. Their speed and their unison has really improved since Nations Cup. Just a little bit of time to get some of the kinks worked out. This is their dance spin, and Killian position. He has one arm around her back. Killian position is just a dance hold. Their circular footwork for difficult steps, interesting holds, and speed.
Four-time world bronze medalist. They're the only ice dance team to do that. I'd like to put a stop to that. Move up in the standings this year at the World Championship. Opportunities for all ice dance teams because the world champions, Krylova and Ovsyannikov, have not competed due to Angelika's back injury this season.
Really watch for their unison, watch their feet. They're doing some difficult turns, some mirror work. Again, it still needs to move out a little fast. Sometimes you have to go for the speed and quiet down on the difficulty if it slows you up a little bit. But much sharper than Nations Cup. It is coming together. They're gaining that confidence that they'll need this season. It looks like they're going to have some friendly competition from the Italians.
Friendly competition, huh? Yeah, I guess so. They won at Nations Cup, by the way, but as you said, they weren't quite as sharp as at least you expected them to be. But a great battle shaping up here between Fusar-Poli and Morgaglio and Bourne and Victor Kraatz of Canada.
This team skates with great smoothness in their knees. They get really low into their ankle and knee flexion. Here they go into their opening lift. She hooks onto his feet. He's in a nice low position. Great balancing, beautiful shape. And their final lift, nice hook in here, nice and close. Pretty attitude shape for her. Lots of chiffon. And they go down into a move which we call hydroblading. You're just skimming the ice with the blade. They've made that popular.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot now. Between the two, the Italians and the Canadians, who would you put in first right now?
Well, as much as I like the Canadians, I really feel that the Italians skate with more speed. They have 3 rhythms in their original dance, and they display them so well. Vic and Shaylin skate with more of a smooth quality. It doesn't come across as much.
See if the judges agree with you. Composition 5.2 to 5.6.
They perform this very well. Again, their confidence level needs to come up, but it was much sharper, much cleaner than Nations Cup.
Presentation marks now. The range there, 5.3 up to 5.7. So, hey, guess what? You agree with the judges. Bourne and Kraatz in second place behind Fusar-Poli and Morgalia right now of Italy. And welcome back to St. Petersburg. The original dance continues. Terry Gannon, Susie Wynn. She's the one with the hat. It is freezing in here. What's the deal with this?
I know what to get you for Christmas. You need a hat and sweater set, Terry.
And not matching, if you will. I do like the lid, though. It works.
Hey, you need it. I'm not complaining.
Just like the old days when they held these events outdoors. Sylvia Novak and Sebastian Koleshinsky, the 5-time champions of Poland. They are in 3rd place after the compulsory dance.
This couple starting us off with a merengue. It's a very fast tempo, and they have lots of great energy. Nice unison in their first step sequence. It's a straight line. It goes corner to corner.
They are already one of the most accomplished dance teams that Poland has ever produced. Finished 9th at the World Championships last season. Came in 4th at Trophy La Ligue last week in Paris.
Just a little bobble there. And in ice dancing, you really can't afford those. They make things look messy.
Remember this, the second of 3 portions of this competition in ice dance, the free dance. Comes your way over on Lifetime, Friday night, beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern.
I spoke with Sylvia and Sebastian about the rules and how they felt about it. They feel a little restricted. They said normally they feel the music dictates the movement. In this case, they felt like they had to keep considering the rules, and that made it hard for them to choreograph.
Well, they were in 3rd after the compulsory dance, right behind the Italians and the Canadians. A little extra after the music stops from Sylvia Novak and Sebastian Koleshinsky.
They certainly have high spirits, lots of expression. They just had a little bobble in the middle of their program and not the difficulty of the other couples.
We'll have their marks when we return to Cup of Russia here in St. Petersburg. Back at the Cup of Russia, the original dance. And now the scores for Sylvia Novak and Sebastian Koloshinsky of Poland. 5.1 to 5.6, the range for composition.
Well, some of the low marks are really due to the fact that their difficulty is lacking. Some of their lifts are just very dated, very small.
And now for presentation, 5.3 to 5.6. So Novak and Koloshinsky in third behind Bourne and Kraatz of Canada. The final skaters take the ice here in the original dance. From Canada, Marie-France Dubray and Patrice Lazan in fourth place after the compulsory.
This couple just goes together. They look like each other and they skate like each other. Really good match. Very interesting way of incorporating the rules into that lift. It's very creative. Lots of variation.
You mentioned the rules compared to the time when Torvill and Dean skated. How much more restrictive are the rules now?
Well, the rules just keep changing. Torvill and Dean really did their best to work around the rules. When British are great. When they receive the year's rules, they look at ways of breaking them. Americans and North Americans look at ways of obeying them. So there's two schools of thought on that. But the rules just keep changing, and they are strict.
Send your letters to Susie Wynn at ABC Sports.
Oh, no. I'm in trouble now. Like about this couple is they move what we say in ballroom, their rib cages. They don't stay stiff in their upper body. They really release, open, and contract, which is indicative of Latin dancing. And they do that very well. Breaking into their circular footwork. Lots of difficulty here. They're oftentimes facing one another, which is harder than facing the same direction. Interchanging here. Terry at Skate Canada, remember, they had a hard time with this skirt. It kept getting in their way and tripped them up a bit. Looks like she's taken a couple of inches off of it.
It does look shorter, doesn't it?
It does. Their last selection is a samba, the dance of Brazil. It's a festival dance. The straight line footwork can be 2 arm lengths apart. No holding on, so the judges can check out each dancer's individual abilities. It's a fun lift. Has a lot of momentum. Great control there.
4 must be their number. 4th place the last 3 years at the Canadian National Championships. Came in 4th at Skate Canada. They were in 4th after the compulsories here. Marie-France Dubray and Patrice Lazan.
But check their final lift out. It's fast, it's furious. Look how far away she is from his body. That creates a lot of momentum. That's hard to control, and they incorporate that into their final position. That's great choreography and beautiful skating.
And of course, as you said before, the biggest improvement in their skating, the shorter skirt for Marie-France Dubray. First set of marks for composition, 4.6 to 5.1.
I think some of these are a little bit low, Terry. They did have a lot of difficulty. It does need to move out. However, they have beautiful lifts and great footwork.
Second set now for presentation.
I think that 4.4 is a little bit low. And the British judge, they really did perform this well, put their heart and soul into it. That's what gets discouraging about ice dance judging.
6.
But the upset bid at the top continues. The Italians, Fusar-Poli and Morgaglio, still in the lead over Shen, Bourne, and Victor Kraatz heading into the free dance. Novak and Kolashinsky, of course, in third. They have edged out Semenovic and Kostomarov of Russia so far. Sports and Concert Complex. Cup of Russia continues now with the ladies' short program. Hi again, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. Many of the ladies here in Russia are competing in the Grand Prix Series this season for the final time. It's their final chance to earn points towards that Grand Prix final in Lyon, France in January. The top 6, remember, move on to that final. Right now, the standings look like this. Michelle Kwan already assured of a spot with 2 victories. Maria Butirskaya, the reigning world champion, has 1 win, but another scoring competition coming up. We should see her there. After that, it is anybody's guess. A number of names bunched together on the leaderboard. And Susie, win a number of those names. We are in Russia, and it's beginning to look like the Russian National Championships.
It certainly is, Terry. 3 of the top 5 Russian women are here competing against one another, including Yulia Soldatova. Last year at Worlds, she was 3rd place, just behind Michelle Kwan. If she medals here in this event, it takes her to the Grand Prix Series finals. Now, the other Russian women, Slutskaya and Sokolova, they want to make the finals too, but more importantly, they're vying for position on the Russian world team. So for them, it's really a competition within a competition. Now, for each strong skate that these Russian women have, it really pushes Sarah Hughes out of the picture for the Grand Prix Series finals.
Sarah Hughes, the young American, 14 years of age, 12 points, but that's through 2 events. Peter, for a moment, forget about the podium, the rush to the gold medal. Talk about Lucinda Roux of Switzerland. When she takes the ice, you have to watch her, whether she has a chance to win or not.
And I guess the word there is spins. Lucinda Roux is one of the best spinners in the world of ladies figure skating. Now, in this short program, 3 in all that they will perform. Lucinda's combination spin requires that she do 12 revolutions, but in practice, she was doing up to 50, and when she really cranks it up, she's spinning at 270 revolutions per minute. Her big challenge will be to hit the jumps in the short program. As far as the Americans are concerned, well, it's Angela Nikodinov, who came from Skate America with only 2 points, so she wants to have a better performance here. But for Nikodinov to get to the finals, she has to win here in Russia to do that.
And to get us underway, the 20-year-old from Zurich, Switzerland that Peter just talked about, Lucinda Roux, 13th in the world last season.
She's skating to On Wings of Song by Mendelssohn.
She is a terrific spinner. However, the jumps are important. Her opening jump, the triple flip, and you can see a touchdown with 2 feet. That'll be a deduction.
This ladies' short program, 2 minutes and 40 seconds in length and worth 1/3 of the overall score.
Looking for a 1-foot landing on this triple toe loop. That was much better. You could see the difference there.
Here's her first spin, a flying camel spin. She has a nice layover position, nice stretch through her back, and free leg extension. She has beautiful line and elegance on her spiral sequences.
Completely missed double axel there. Not even a single.
But now displaying her strengths. This is the combination spin that Peter and I counted in practice. So original, so unusual.
But what allows her to do that is she hits that ultimate spin position perfectly centered over her blade to give her that great speed and rotation.
start in many ways, but you watch Lucinda Roux spin and you shake your head.
Yes, but she'll have many deductions for her jumps.
20 years of age, from Zurich, Switzerland. She has lived all around the world. Now lives in Simsbury, Connecticut. Lucinda Roux.
And this is the spinning position that allows her to really rotate fast. And what makes this so hard is the position that she's in. However, she always stays over that center, bringing her arms in and then out. That increases the speed of the spin. And then it's just extraordinary to watch. But unfortunately, she really will get nicked on the jumps.
From Zurich to Paris to Tokyo to Toronto, San Francisco, China, and now Connecticut. That's not a bad life, and she's only 20 years of age. World citizen. 2 sets of marks, of course. The first for required elements, the ones that Susie was talking about, 4.2 up to 5.1. And the 5.1 from the American judge.
Really disastrous marks for the start of this short program due to the jumps.
And on the marks for presentation, 4.7 up to 5.4 for Lucinda Roux, who sits alongside Nina Petrenko, Victor's wife and her choreographer. Here in the Sports and Concert Complex, here is the bronze medalist from the U.S. National Championships last season, Angela Nikodinov, 19 years of age. This her second event in the Grand Prix this season. She finished 7th at Skate America. And the lone American skater in this ladies' event.
You know, she really has nothing to lose. She should really go for broke in this short program with only 2 points. She can be aggressive with the jumps. Triple Lutz. Nice! Double toe.
Excellent.
That's exactly what you want to start. 3 big rotations on a hard jump.
A nice center in her combination spin. There's the change of foot into the change of position.
Really dedicated herself to her skating this season. She's aware that in the past, some people have said she hasn't worked hard enough. Her and her mother made the move from California to Michigan to work with Richard Callahan. Her father had to stay behind. Forget at times about the sacrifices that these families make, the skaters at this level.
Right, Terry, it really does become a family affair. Very beautiful position on the layback position where the knee and the ankle are in alignment with the ice.
A little bit behind the music, but not too bad.
Well, taking the ice, as you said, a 7th place finish at Skate America, only 2 points, nothing to lose. She would have to win this event to make it to the Grand Prix final, so really no pressure on Angela Nikodinov here in the ladies' short program.
Started things off well with this nice triple Lutz and then followed up with an easy double toe loop. 2 rotations.
Here's her layback spin. Just look at her knee and ankle. There's a really nice alignment. It's parallel to the ice. Beautiful shape through her back. Lovely stretch to the arms. Very, very nice.
12th in the world last season. Angela now with the first set of marks for required elements. 4.7 up to 5.3 the range.
Little touchdown with the double axel. That is her heel hit on the free foot, the landing foot. Might have got her there.
Presentation marks now 4.9 up to 5.4. So Angela Nikodinov moves into the lead in terms of those that have taken the ice here in the short program. The ladies' short program continues now with the 18-year-old from Budapest. The national champion of Hungary here is Diana Pote. Finished 6th at Trophy La Ligue in Paris.
The trick for her to do her jumps is to keep the timing going. She had good ones in the warm-up, but if she rushes that timing, she'll have problems.
At La Ligue, she was able to nail her opening combination. A triple toe, very difficult. Let's see. Yes for the first. Yes, a little two-footed on the second triple toe.
Down on the triple flip. She stepped out of that the last Grand Prix in France. But that was a full-on fall, so 0.4 of a point off that required elements mark.
Diana is from a skating family. Her father played hockey for the Hungarian national team. Spends much of her summer in Connecticut training. 11th in the world last season.
Very strong double axel. She's chosen a close position on the layback position.
Not as hard to do as elevating your leg higher off the ice. It's unfortunate. She started off really strong with the triple combination, and then the triple flip, backed off, let the jump take control of her, and down she went.
Disappointing 6th place finish in Paris at Trophy La Ligue. We'll see what the judges thought of her short program here. Diana Pote.
She looked very strong, had great height, great position in the air on her opening triple toe. Just a little 2-foot touchdown on the second part of that combination.
And then on the fall, not the same attack that she had on the first jumps. If she had kept that timing together and really went after it, she would have had good results. Gets up into the air and doesn't bring the arms out and the foot back to stop the rotation, and down she goes. Too bad.
So now her marks. The first set, 4.2 up to 4.9. Remember, Angela Nikodinov in the lead at this point here in the short program.
4.9, 4.2.
And the second set of marks now for presentation, 4.6 up to 5.3. So Diana Pote now in second place, right behind Angela Nikodinov. And here is 19-year-old Yelena Sokolova of Russia from Moscow. She was 5th at the Russian Nationals last year, but one of those young names who certainly could make the Russian world team. 3rd at Skate America this season.
I don't know what's going to happen in this short program, but one thing I will tell you is that her positions that she gets before she jumps are very solid, and they can be conducive to good jumping. But if her nerves get in the way, that all goes away.
And it all goes away, Peter.
Backed off that triple Lutz.
One jump that she has been able to work through very well in practice is the triple loop that she's setting up for here.
And there's an example of that nice, solid position. The arms placed right where they should be. That allows her to get up into the air, have good rotation, and a good landing.
She has very strong speed in this combination spin.
Yelena made it to the Grand Prix final a year ago where she finished 4th. She won this event last season.
Revolutions. Judge is actually counting in their heads how many times the skater goes around.
Peter, just looked like she really hesitated. She didn't really get to the top of the jump of that double axel, which turned into a single.
Looks scared to me.
Well, a good hand from the crowd here, but she is at home. And I'm not sure that was the short program she was looking for.
No, you have to really come out with all the jets turned on in the short program. It's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, but with all of these required elements, you must be strong.
Two of her fellow Russians still to skate, Slutskaya and Soldatova, so the competition fierce as Yelena Sokolova skates off the ice.
In her opening triple Lutz, it's a little forward, pulls out, opens up into the double toe, so she really two-footed that Lutz. But one jump that she did so well was this triple loop. Just fine preparation, as Peter was saying, straight up at the top of the jump and beautiful held landing position. Very powerful.
So now the first set of marks in a wide range, 4.4 up to 5.4. Wow, the Hungarian judge with a 5.4.
A full point
And
between Russia.
And the Russian judge with a 4.4.
Full point.
She's at home. Presentation marks much higher, 5.2 to 5.7.
Well, she looked more relaxed once she got some of those jumps out of the way. Started to smile toward the judges. I'm sure that didn't hurt.
But Sokolova into second place, and it's Angela Nikodinov of the U.S. who is still the leader at this point. Back inside a very chilly sports and concert complex here in St. Petersburg, Russia, the two-time European champion takes the ice, Irina Slutskaya, as Angela Nikodinov of the U.S. is the current leader. Yelena Sokolova right behind her, and Lucinda in third. Slutskaya, 20 years of age, from Moscow. In the past 2 seasons, finished 4th at the Russian National Championships, coming off a disastrous season and trying to do much better this year, getting back to the World Championships for her. That her goal.
And looking much better, I might add. draw on that experience that she has and really go after this. Opening, triple Lutz. Double toe loop. Good start.
She really looks like she has a rhythm.
And isn't that everything in jumping?
Sure is. This preceding footwork into her triple flip. Beautiful height, but again, it may have been two-footed.
But fighting.
She really has lovely spins as well. Beautiful position into an illusion on the flying camel.
Really fast rotation in this spin. Now she'll push and then pull in again to create more spin.
She has great speed and flow going into the spiral sequence. There's only a requirement of 3 spirals. She just looks more relaxed when I watch her compete. She really looks happy.
Well, Terry and Susie, I got to think that Arina Slutskaya knows it's now or never. At 20 years old, with all these strong Russian ladies.
And a lot of expectations for her coming off of last year. She has committed herself to be in shape this season. At Nations Cup, we saw her finish 3rd a couple of weeks ago in Germany when most thought that she could win the gold medal there. So this is a critical competition for her trying to get to the Grand Prix final.
Fighting hard in these jumps. Triple Lutz, that's the hardest jump next to the triple axel as far as the triples go. Very nice right there. Susie was questioning whether this was a two-footed landing. We have the luxury of a replay. The judges don't, so sometimes it's hard to see. Let's look to see if the left foot touches down. And no, it does not, but boy, it was close.
I'm glad it didn't touch down.
But you can see how hard it is for the judges.
Peter, you're right. They don't have the instant replay. The judges do at times, Europeans and World Championships this season, but not here at the Cup of Russia. First set of marks, 5.2 up to 5.7.
5.6, 5.7.
Well, low 5.2 from the Italian judge. However, for Arina Slutskaya, she has done what she's wanted to do in this short program.
Presentation marks, 5.7s, 5.8s. Arina Slutskaya, your new leader here in the short program over Angela Nikodina. Back in St. Petersburg, where Arina Slutskaya leads in the ladies' short program over Angela Nikodinov of the U.S. and Yelena Sokolova. But here is the final skater of the program, 18-year-old Yulia Soldatova from Moscow, who in her first trip to the World Championships last season won the bronze medal.
And I guarantee you she knows what Slutskaya has turned in. That competition within the competition starting to play out. Can Soldatova meet this challenge? Very sloppy exit on that triple Lutz. 0.3 of a point there. Not a good start. And down there, not what she wanted. Don't want to touch the ice on a landing. Reduction.
axle looked a little low, but at least she got her timing there.
Of all the young Russian skaters on the ladies' side, Yulia has had the most success. That world bronze medal, a silver at Europeans, and she finished second at the Russian Nationals last season, right behind Maria Butirskaya.
All week, she really took command of the ice, almost won the practices, looked very focused, more so than the other ladies. Her final spin, see the knee and the toe are turned down, and then she drops it a little closer to the ice. Doesn't generate enough speed, nor the most beautiful position.
Well, this is going to play out in an interesting way, because with these mistakes, no chance for catching Slutskaya, but what will happen? Where will she fall in the standings with the hand down?
Will Soldanova be ahead of Angela Nikodinov in second place? That's probably the question right now. But remember, if you're in the top three going to the free skate, you do control your own destiny.
The triple Lutz double toe loop. Gets the triple Lutz off. Watch her step forward. Not good at all. And then she does manage to get the double toe loop, however, 3/10 there. And now, skating into this triple flip, she really wanted and needed this, but whenever we see the hand go down, the judges just see that, and a red flag goes up, and that will not help her with the first mark.
So we'll see where she ends up now. First set of marks for required elements, 4.9 up to 5.3 your range.
4950.
With those two deductions, these marks seem to reflect that.
Now, Susie, the marks for presentation, 5.3 up to 5.7, the highest marks coming from the Russian judge. So Yulia Soldanova moves into second place. She does edge out Angela Nikodinov for that second place on the leaderboard. But it's Arina Slutskaya, the two-time European champion, in the lead over Soldanova. Then Nikodinov, a good showing for her. And again, with a win in the free skate, she can become the overall champion of Cup of Russia.
Cutting down trees, they're putting up reindeer and singing songs of joy and peace. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on. But it don't snow here, it stays pretty green. I'm gonna make a lot of money, then I'm gonna quit this crazy scene. I wish I had a river I could skate away on. I wish I had a river so long I would teach my feet to fly. Oh, I wish I had a river I could skate away on.
It's beginning to look a lot like winter as the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating continues its journey around the world. The skaters have packed their bags for cold, snowy Russia, where you can ski to work if you like.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea Joyce, wishing you the happiest of holiday seasons at a time when some of our figure skaters are beginning to feel a long way from home.
They are 5,700 miles from their home surf in Southern California. A brother and sister who've been skating together since she was 5 and he was 7. But Tiffany and Johnny Stiegler look tired. And who wouldn't be on this holiday diet?
Every meal, pickles, tomatoes, bread, and tea.
Which is maybe what this team should have eaten. Jamie Salé and David Peltier came here to compete against the only team that's beaten them this year. Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov from St. Petersburg. But now it looks as if the Russians' only competition will come from the Chinese team of Shui Shen and Hungbo Zhao because the Canadians are missing.
Where's the Canadian team?
This is a practice session.
I don't know. Maybe they decided that they just wanted to take it easy or something.
Jamie and they've had to withdraw for medical reasons.
Food poisoning. On top of that, it's cold here, and we don't just mean outside. No heat in the building. It's been a tough season for the Stieglers. They finished last at Skate Canada. Now, the guard won't let them on the ice to begin warming up for their short program. Coach Irina Rodnina intervenes. But the program is filled with mistakes. And they are in last place once again. On the ice, the world's silver medalists Shui Shen and Hungbo Zhao skating their short program. In front of a surprisingly friendly audience here in St. Petersburg. They take the lead. There are still a few flags for Russia and the hometown favorites Petrova and Tikhonov, gold medalists at Nations Cup. But once again, she has a problem with their triple toe jump. A fall here, a 2-foot landing in Germany, and the couple finishes in second place behind Shen and Zhao with the free skate worth 2/3 of the final score coming later tonight. The ice again belongs to the pairs. The first place team from China.
A very nice performance last night. Very good.
Thank you.
The second place team from Russia.
We'll visit.
And our first sighting of Jamie Salé and David Peltier, who unfortunately had to withdraw.
It's far, eh?
Well, we show up, we did one practice, and then the same night that we did that practice, I went to have dinner, and after that, well, I woke up, it was about 2 in the morning, and I started to be sick all night long.
He was sick from about midnight. Midnight to about 5 in the morning, and I was up with him all night. And it was really, really bad.
Tonight, they will watch the Russians duel the Chinese, who are in first place because Maria Petrova took a fall in the short program.
They usually do one program that's not as good as the other one, and they did it not a great short, so they'll probably do a clean long.
They never really do good short. They always do great long.
Yeah.
But the Chinese, when they're on, they're on.
Yeah.
When they're off, they're off.
The first of the two teams on the ice, Shen and Hangbo Zhao, the current world silver medalists.
I shouldn't say too much. It's on camera, and they're my competitors, but they're also my friends, so...
It's kind of fun to sit and watch it, though.
Not really.
I'd rather be out there.
Yeah.
Our commentators for the pairs free skate are Terry Gannon and Peter Carruthers.
This is the pair that won the Grand Prix final a year ago right here in St. Petersburg in this building.
Great pair skills. They have really worked on their artistry and presentation to balance that out. But as far as their athletic ability is outstanding. They will begin with side-by-side double axels for their singles jumps. And the triple toe loops falling out, an abrupt, awkward position on the landing. They want a nice continuous edge regardless of whether it's a double or a triple.
Saw them at Nations Cup in Germany where they finished third. Had a number of mistakes though in their free skate. Part of that, they say, was due to the fact that they could not practice for much of the summer because Shen had a broken nose.
Here is the throw triple loop, and she is so confident on that jump. Their choreographers, Sandra Bezic and Michael Seberg, have tried to help them with the presentation of the program. Triple toe loops, very solid there, no problem. Look for the changes of position.
Almost a big mistake there.
Yeah, and that threw off the throw. That was enough to take the timing out. Death spiral, good arch in her back. And Now she's on the left outside edge. It's more common to see a forward inside edge for death spirals in pair skating. Harder to do on the outside edge. Now what they want to do is really skate fast, impress the judges with speed. Watch this takeoff forwards. Here's the change of position that makes it difficult. I've seen them skate better, actually. This year, it's almost as though the excitement's worn off a little, and now they've got to really settle and come out here and do programs that have no mistakes, and we are seeing some mistakes.
And mistakes in the program that we really did not see at the end of last season when they were skating so well. No home ice advantage for the Chinese, obviously, here in St. Petersburg, but plenty of support in the stands for Shen and Zhao.
Side-by-side jumping is so important in pair skating. Judges looking to see they're getting into the air at the same time. These are the double axles. They'll turn and immediately step up into a wally and then follow through with the side-by-side triple toe loops, and they stumble there. Later on in the program, they did complete those jumps. She is extraordinary the way she controls this jump and lands with such a strong back and complete commitment to have a nice continuous edge on the end. Now this can really screw you up in pair skating. You're cruising along and all of a sudden that happens. Right after that, he has to throw her, so their timing already is out of sorts. Then the throw takes place. She's thinking about, oh gosh, we tripped. And then that happens.
See how that's reflected in the scores now. The first set for technical merit, 5 5s and 5.6s.
Guess what, Terry? Door's wide open for the Russians.
It is, and they skate next. Petrova and Tikhonov. Now the marks for presentation, 5.4 up to 5.8. So Shen and Zhao, the leaders in terms of those that have already competed here in the free skate, but stay tuned.
Paired skaters in Russia start early and follow a tradition that does not exist anywhere else. Russian pairs have won every Olympic gold medal since 1964. And no one was better than Irina Rodnina. With different partners, she won 3 Olympic gold medals, including Lake Placid in 1980 with Alexander Zaitsev. Today, she coaches Tiffany and Johnny Stiegler, among others.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
The tradition continued brilliantly with Katya Gordieva and Sergei Grinkov. They won the gold medals in 1988 and 1994.
Little Katya, 5 feet tall, 84 pounds.
The heir apparent is Elena Berezhnaya with her partner Anton Sikiralitsa. 2-time world champions, Olympic silver medalists, Olympic gold medalists in waiting for Salt Lake City in 2002. But if they should stumble, and they have stumbled this season, there is another Russian team waiting. And not in the wings. Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov were 4th in the world last March and won the gold medal over Jamie Salé and David Peltier at Nations Cup 2 weeks ago in Germany. Now they take the ice, their home ice, with a chance to capture a 2nd gold medal this season. Salé and Peltier watching after a medical withdrawal. Tiffany and Johnny Stiegler have also withdrawn due to illness. We'll go back to our commentators Terry Gannon and Peter Carruthers.
Tough piece of music to skate to. Of all these 4 seasons, you've got to be fast and precise with your movements on the ice here. Opening side-by-side triple toe loops. Wow, what a way to get started. Forward takeoff, side-by-side double axel, solid. Stepping right up into double toe loops. That is just what you want. Right in tune with the music, hitting these hard elements. And Terry, I have to say that right off the bat, I see more finish and polish and style in their skating than I did with the Chinese. So if they can keep this pace up, we may be looking at the champions. Ah. Beauty. Watch her head position and the arch in her body. Something they're doing well in this performance is showing a good variation of speed when they're skating. We've seen them skate fast, now settled into a slow tempo. Diversity. He has to throw her just right. Not too much, not too little. Well, so far I think the hometown advantage is working for these guys.
Family and friends are having a good time.
Oh, yeah. Notice they break away on the spin, then come back together. When you come back together with your partner, that's what keeps the spin rotating. Chinese have no chance. These guys were incredible.
And just think, this isn't even the top pair from Russia. Berezhnaya and Sikaridze are the two-time and reigning world champions.
I'll tell you, if I were them, I'd be looking over my shoulder right now because these two have really set the bar. Quiet and understated in practice, but they are precise when under pressure in competition.
And even with the win at Nations Cup, I think we just saw their best performance of the season.
Oh, it was just perfect. Should be so proud.
Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov.
Side-by-side triple toe loops. This is just what you want. Sureness in the skating. What makes this lift exceptional is the fact that he'll pick her up in what's called a back press. That's not so difficult, but where this lift does get difficult is right here. When she somersaults, her leg doesn't hit the ice and he presses her up for another flip and then a nice exit. It's the element of surprise that makes that great.
That was flawless. The Chinese they stepped out of the throw and he fell out of the second triple toe.
As Peter indicated, the judges' vote was not even close. Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov become the first pairs team to win 2 Grand Prix events this season.
Mom, Pop.
They're good. Do some good stuff.
The Grand Prix season continues for Maria and Alexei. We'll see them at the NHK Trophy, our coverage 3 weeks from tonight. The Stieglers and Jamie and David are headed home for the rest of the holidays.
We know next time to bring our own food, and a lot of the other skaters brought cup of soup and their own food, so next time we'll do that.
Yeah, if we ever come back.
Actually, I want to come back and do what we're supposed to do. You know, we didn't complete what we wanted to complete, so there'll be other chances, hopefully.
So we just want to say thank you very much for everyone who is watching our skating, and we always, I don't know, trying to skate not just for ourselves, for audience as well, and I don't know, and just thank you for helping.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Alexei. He and Maria are in the Grand Prix finals, though not in the snowman making division.
С Новым годом! Merry Christmas!
In Russia, it can seem as if everyone is a student. Tonight, lessons in ice dancing. World medalist Bourne and Kraatz facing a stern test. From a surprising source. The final exam is tonight.
I can do what I want, I'm in complete control. That's why I tell myself, I've got a man on my arm, I'll be alright alone.
They are not really friendly with nobody.
We're friendly people. We're not out to get you.
Why I have to do like that? It's always sport, and today everybody have to skate the best.
That's it. You do your own thing.
Yeah.
Out comes the hockey stick and the puck.
Damn your eyes for taking my breath away.
Oh, it is shaping up to be a bitter night in Russia.
Damn your eyes.
Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margalio are in first place. Shailene Bourne and Victor Kraatz think that's all wrong. This is their 5th season competing against each other, and the Italians have never won or even been close to this team from Canada until tonight. Now, whoever wins the free dance will win the gold medal at the Cup of Russia and be the favorite for a world medal in March. Not so friendly rivals will be on the ice just a bit later. Andrea Joyce with U.S. ice dance champion Susie Wynn. Right now, Oksana Podikova and Denis Petuhov. This is the first Russian team we've seen in the Grand Prix series since Skate America, which, considering the Russian dominance in this sport over the years, is pretty amazing.
Well, that is such an unusual thing, but unfortunately, with the injury of Angelika Krylova, her back has been severely injured, and her partner, Oleg Ovsyannikov, they've been missed this season, but have also given a lot of opportunity to some of these young couples.
And this is the first Grand Prix event for this couple. They just found out a week ago that they would be in this event, replacing the world champions, Krylova and Ovsyannikov. So I would imagine that this is tough and pretty nerve-wracking.
Certainly, and to perform in front of a home crowd, that adds a little bit more pressure still. Very beautiful, well-controlled, low hydroblading move. Their music is Phantom on Ice by Robert Denova.
When midnight comes, we get together, oh Lord, we're brothers, we're brothers. We're brothers, we are the one. We are the lost and the lonely. We're hiding. We're hiding from the storm. We keep each other warm. We're hiding from the light. We're living in the dark. We're moving on the ground. We're keeping out of sight. Till midnight.
One thing that's so great about the free dance is that you can do whatever you want within the required elements musically. Here, they're stopping a lot. I really think they could be using this time to explore the music and the movement a lot better.
For my brothers and my sisters.
for just finding out that they were coming to this competition. I think they had a very clean and strong performance.
They are one of the few Russian teams that still live and train here. Most are now in the United States. Oksana Potdikova, Denis Petuhov. The battle for the gold medal still to come tonight. Include the French team of Anna Sina and Pezara. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kraatz had hoped to challenge them this year. Now they're in a fight to hold their position against the team from Italy. On the ice now from Canada, Marie-France Dubray and Patrice Lauzon. They are in 5th place, entering the free dance. By the way, the marks for Potdikova and Petuhov ranged from 4.4 to 5.0, so they have actually dropped a place in the free dance.
The music is from the motion picture Life is Beautiful. They told me that they saw the movie, they fell in love with the characters, and they wanted to bring those characters to life here in their free dance. Strong rotational lift, one of the required lifts. They have very strong lifts. There are 5 to 7 lifts that are allowed here in this program.
France and Patrice have been skating together since 1996. They were 4th at Skate Canada.
They definitely look like they go together, Andrea. They're a very well-suited team, very well matched. And that's very important in the look of ice dancing. You have to have those proportions just right to complement leg line and body line. Choreographing a free dance, it's really a big stage that you're choreographing for, but the primary focus in the staging really is focused on the judges at the 50-yard line. So everything you do, you want to be nice and neat. There she just tripped a little bit. Unfortunately, was right in front of the judges. If you need to make a mistake, try to make it in the corners where it's less visible. Twizzle sequence. You have to show that you can turn on one foot in great unison and strength. They really flow in and out of their lifts so well. They really have mastered the art of lifting. Very difficult final lift, going from a very low to high position. Well done.
So a nice performance from the couple from Quebec. The final group ready to warm up, and you can feel the tension building.
They opened up their free dance with a very strong rotational lift. This is one of the required lifts. It has to rotate 3 times. What makes this lift difficult is they're changing position. She changes to no arms there, and they're rotating around one another. That makes it it builds a lot of momentum. It's hard to control, but they do it very well. In the middle of the program, they had a little bobble here. He just seemed to advance a little bit ahead of her in speed. She wasn't quite able to keep up with him, but excellent recovery. That's what it's all about. And their final lift, very strong, nice and straight position to a mid-range position. The strength between them is phenomenal. He's holding her with just one arm there. Excellent exit.
And the marks now for Dubray and Lausanne. First set for technique. Range from a 4-4 to a 4-9.
These marks seem a little low, considering they do have some great footwork, some beautiful lifts. Just their overall skating needs to close up and get a little bit tighter.
And the second set of marks for artistic expression from a 5.0 up to a 5.4.
Well, they perform this well. They both seem very in tune with the music and the presentation of it.
The final group on the ice for its warm-up, Bourne and Kraatz trying to move up from second place. Can they pass the Italians, Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio? Gold medal will be decided when we return. 4 couples left to skate tonight in the free dance at the Cup of Russia. There's Victor Kraatz of Canada. By draw, they will skate in this order. The first place team of Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio first on the ice, followed by their rivals Shailene Bourne and Victor Kraatz. Andrea Joyce with Susie Wynn. This team in first place, a surprise winner at Skate America at the start of this season, where they beat the Russian team of Lobacheva and Averbut. And Susie, this would be an even bigger upset if they could win here tonight.
Yes, it would. They have really been taking this season by storm, surprising everyone.
They will skate to the music from Lord of the Dance and Braveheart, and once again, whoever wins the free dance will win the competition.
Andrea, it looks like a false start. Something was on the ice.
Maybe something off of their costume?
It could be. But at any rate, it's good that they stopped, because it's very dangerous having something on the ice when you have lifts and complicated footwork. It could really be a danger.
And they are not penalized for that at all.
No, not at all. But it's not the best way to start your program when you're trying to get at that gold medal. Music really suits them. It's a strong percussion element. It's fiery. And that's exactly what they're all about. area that they've really improved in has been in footwork and their overall skating skills. They've been criticized in the past for not being equally matched. Well, this summer, Barbara said, they took the whole summer just to really practice these skills, and you can see that here in their footwork, their unison. And they've gotten so fast because of that time they took just to work on their own personal skills. Change of edge lift, one direction and then the other. Difficult lift. He's balancing on one foot. Takes a lot of strength. Great balancing skills. Just another great performance this season. They have hit this season, Andrea, strong, prepared. They've been sort of in the wings waiting their turn, and I think they're very prepared and ready.
Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio from Italy. And right on the heels of their performance, Bourne and Kraatz will be up next.
Facciamo fare 10 volte il libero, ragazzi. Beccatevi questo, no? Beccatevi questo.
Everything they do this year is solid. They're just so there. They're so in tune with one another. It's really working. This is their rotational lift. Nice, secure position and just nice, quick push-outs on the exits. They're powerful as they enter into their footwork. They're skating closer together. Their posture's better. And one way that he's really improved, he looks stronger. He's always been the weaker member of this team. He's more sure-footed and capable. Here you can really see the relationship, the dueling force between them. They have a great time. They're not only great athletes, but they're great actors as well.
First set of marks for technical merit. The range from 5'4" to 5'6".
Looks as though there's still a little room left for the Canadians.
Second set. Remember, it's been a 4-3 split on the judges in the first two dances. 5'7" and 5'8".
Well, they did a great job. The 5'7" and 5'8" are welcome. They could even be a little higher with how well they perform this.
Here now, Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kraatz. A win here would win them the gold medal.
They certainly can't hold back in this free dance at all. They have to attack everything. They have to skate it well from top to bottom. The music is It Had to Be You and Come By Me by Harry Connick Jr. This year, vocals are allowed in the free dance. And Victor and Shaylin were very excited because they choreographed their own free dance.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found the somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, or even be glad just to be sad, thinking of you. Some of those I've seen might never be mean, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you.
One thing that they really bring to ice dancing is a smooth quality. They're very fresh looking. They have nice footwork, soft knees. The only hard thing that I would imagine with this program is using the vocal music. You really get locked into a theme and what the vocalist is saying rather than creating your own theme off of the instrumental.
Some of us I've seen might never be me, might never be cross, try to be boss, they wouldn't do. For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. Baby, it had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. Come by me, come talk to me, baby. Tell me how we can combine. Will you be my sunshine forever? Will you be a friend of mine? Try me out, and if you get excited, take me home. I'd love to be invited. Once we're there, I'm sure you'll be delighted. We could rock all night, wait and see.
Now in the last section, you really want the tempo to come up so it has a build. So the lasting impression with the judges and the audience is one of strength. There are a lot of hand-in-hand positions, which are a little bit easier than face-to-face positions.
Well, come by me, come talk to me, baby. That would be my lucky day, yeah. Come by me, oh, come love with me, baby. Maybe we could run away.
Andrea, this program really has picked up the pace from Nations Cup. It's much improved, but I'm not sure that it's enough to beat Fusar-Poli Margalio.
Margalio showing a lot of confidence here in St. Petersburg, posing for pictures. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kraatz. Again, it is in the hands of the judges. We'll be back.
Hi, Mom. Stephen, Chris, Kelly, Sean, the Lovejoys.
Back in St. Petersburg, Russia, Bourne and Kraatz await their marks.
Very soon.
Well, the good thing about this year's rules is that you can really compare element to element. This is their rotational lift, a little sloppy in the positions there, a little mistimed there. With the Italians, a little tighter, a little faster, a little cleaner and more together. They really attack all of their footwork. Here, a hydroblading move, a low laying move, a change of position here, a change of edge, making it more difficult. And then they incorporate another hydroblading move. He's nice and low, she's in a stag. They just take and elevate the choreography to a new level. Here, Vic and Shaylin are very smooth, but it's a little more simple.
So the drama continues and the wait goes on for Shaylin and Victor. Maurizio relaxing on the sidelines, waiting as well. First mark for technical merit. Second marks need to go up. They do, but not enough. And the Italians hang on to first place.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Wonderful.
I wish I understood it. I really do. Yeah, it's a team we beat by a lot. Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for staying and watching.
So we have a second big upset of this dance season.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Let's break down the judging. Once again, the Canadian and Italian judges canceled each other out. The judges from Great Britain, Russia, and Poland all voted as they had in the first two dances. The judge from Austria again switched her vote. She liked Bourne and Kraatz in the compulsory dance, the Italians in the original dance. Now she ties the score here in the free dance. So it's up to the German judge. Remember, she voted for Bourne and Kraatz in the original dance. But her technical mark favors Fusar-Poli and Margalio, and so does her presentation mark. Another 4-3 split and the gold medal is decided.
I'm sure Bourne and Kraatz are disappointed, but they're so capable of improving and maybe rethinking this program so that they can come on stronger at the Grand Prix Series finals and at Worlds.
On the ice now, the team from Poland, Sylwia Nowak and Sebastian Koloszinski. In third place, entering the free dance. Meantime, heading back to the locker room, Shaylin Bourne trying to keep a smile on her face.
The music, selections by Chopin. Their connective moves are quite nice. They work really well together, great partnering skills. Their highlights, however, are not as difficult as some of the other teams that we've seen.
Maurizio Margalio shaking the hand of Victor Kraatz.
This one of their more difficult lifts, he's in a spread eagle position, making it harder to control. talking about how height and hip differences can make a difference in ice dancers. Those proportions are important. This team is very close in height, and I think that restricts some of their lifting and some of their maneuvers. Them earlier about how they felt about the rules. They were really the only team that said that they felt restricted by the rules. The rules sort of controlled the choreography too much.
In your opinion, though, Susie, do you think that with the new rules, dance has become less subjective, more of a sport?
Well, I think it certainly is a step in the right direction. I think it's helpful to have these rules to make those comparisons. But there'll always be an element in figure skating across the board. It's a performing art and a sport that's going to have that level of subjectiveness to it. I think there'll always be an argument about who will win the gold medal, Andrea. Skated this very well, and they're both very good skaters. I just feel a lot of their lifts and some of their moves are a little dated.
Sylvia Novak and Sebastian Kolashinsky, 9th in the world last year, hoping to medal here. We'll be back with their marks, reaction from the winners and losers, and a new young Russian couple on the ice when we return. For Novak and Kolashinsky ranged from 5.2s to 5.6s, and they remain in third place as the final couple takes the ice. Anna Simonovic and Roman Kostomarov. They train with the world champions Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov, but this is their Grand Prix debut. They will skate to the music of Sweetbox.
This couple is very dramatic, very expressive, and very flexible.
To love, to join as one. We survive the struggle, the pain, the fear, the denial.
Very interesting and innovative move there.
You enjoy the pleasure.
Only been together for 5 months. And they really do work very well with one another, which is surprising in such a short time.
With our eyes, when we should use our mind, our soul, our hearts. One love.
Thought we'd never make it through. Good and bad never stopped me from loving you. Your energy, oh how it set me free. The feel of loving only what outside you see. But inside you hide all his passion might. Yes, he fights in the demons of those nights. I search deep inside my soul. I know what I feel for you, I can't let go. So please stay and please know that my love is no joke. And I'm strong and I hope that someday we'll grow old. And fold the mold of life as we see it. Because your love is needed. Don't go away.
You can see here their lifts are very difficult, much higher, much faster than the Polish team. They skate with more separations. You can see they're both fine skaters on their own.
he loves me. Kiss me, touch me, hold me, love me just one more time. Tell me why love makes you cry. Kiss me, touch me, hold me, love me just one more time. Tell me why love makes you cry.
Very strong balance move there on a deep inside curve. They're exploring lots of changes of direction that makes the pattern interesting.
Just one more time, tell me why love makes you cry. The thought would never miss your mind as he fights in the deep into the night. I search deep inside my soul. I know what I feel to be. I can't let go. So please stand and please know that my love is no joke. And I'm strong and hope that someday we'll grow old and broke the mold. Life is we see it. Push it like it's new. Don't go away.
And Kostomarov, they've only been skating together since June. From Moscow, they train in Newark, Delaware, trying for a medal in their first Grand Prix event.
They open up very dramatically, as I said, showing great flexibility, strength, incorporating shapes right into the first opening lift. And he's skating along as he's holding her, starting from a standstill. That shows a lot of strength. Certainly are capable of a lot of difficulty. Notice here, this is the spread eagle position. She's in a low hydroblading position. And she changes edge, which is very hard to do, changing curves. And to spin like that, there's just takes a lot of strength for both of them in that position.
Maybe their first Grand Prix event, but she's not afraid to show her opinion about the marks, is she?
No, she's not. She definitely has her own opinion. Well, they were excited because after the original dance, they moved from 5th into 4th place. These marks may seem a little low, but a lot of the content was missing. Their tricks are big, but this is due to the inexperience of this young team.
Second set of marks for presentation. They go up a bit, but not enough to move Anna and Roman into 3rd place, so they will remain in 4th.
Well, they've only been together 5 months. This is their first Grand Prix Series event. Now they're in 4th place. That's very impressive, their first time out.
So the final standings, once again, Barbara Fusar-Poli and Maurizio Margalio scored their second big upset of this season, and the predictable world of ice dancing is anything but.
I just have to say, I continue to not understand it. I really don't.
We knew that they are very, very good couple, and to stay in front for 3 days was very hard for the mind, for everything. But we got it, so it's amazing for us, really.
I guess you can't let it get to yourself too much. You got to keep things in perspective, but I honestly don't understand it, and I wish I did.
Yeah, can somebody explain that to me?
I think it's a very big success for us, but it's also a big success for ice dance, because that means that some new couple can bring the gold medals. Of course, they are very sad, and they were not talking with us too much during those days. We can understand them, but they must understand that the dance is changing.
You start seeing there's a push for a team, and I mean, gotta take it the way it comes, I guess.
And these teams will meet 2 more times this season, the Grand Prix final next month in Lyon and the World Championships next March in Nice.
The Sports and Concert Complex, the ladies and the men skate for the titles of Cup of Russia. Hello and happy holidays, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. Like that last-minute mad dash to the stores to finish up your Christmas shopping, the skaters here in St. Petersburg scrambling late in the season to try to earn points in one of the last remaining spots in the ISU Grand Prix final in January in Lyon, France. The ladies take the ice a little bit later. When they do, Susie Wynn will be with us for the call. But up first, the men's free skate. And the overall picture in the Grand Prix for the men looks like this right now. Evgeny Plushenko, you see him in 3rd place. He's got 12 points, trying to earn 12 more with a win here in St. Petersburg. Zheng Jinguo is here as well, trying to fly and leap his way to the Grand Prix final. And in all likelihood, by the end of today, American champion Michael Weiss will be eliminated. With me now, Olympic silver medalist Peter Carruthers. And for Evgeny Plushenko, he has one overriding goal and thought this year, supplanting fellow Russian Alexei Yagudin as the world champion. Here, though, he's trying to lock up a spot at the Grand Prix final.
Well, this is an important one for Plushenko. His biggest rival, Alexei Yagudin, has landed 4 quads on the Grand Prix so far. Plushenko has yet to land his quad perfectly in the Grand Prix on one foot. He hopes to do that here. I spoke with his coach, Alexei Mishin, and he said, no 2-foot landings. It is not good for future. That translates to no guts, no glory. He will not hold back in this free program. Now, what to look for in Plushenko's free program? He has the quad as the first element. The timing to the music, important for his performance. The stamina, the speed at which he skates. Can he keep that speed up towards the end of the program with the tough jumps?
Any other Russian translations you want to go into now?
Exactly.
There is another Russian right behind him, though. Alexander Apt skating very well. And the high-flying Chinese skater, Zheng Jinguo. That's who's chasing Evgeny Plushenko here.
2 strong men. Alexander Apt has the quad planned in his free program. Incidentally, if he lands his quad, it will be the first time he hits it in competition. And then for Guo, well, he has 2 quads planned in his free program, so it definitely will be a jump fest. But as with all the men, they've got to back it up with a solid, balanced program.
And here are the standings after the short program for the men. Evgeny Plushenko, of course, in the lead. Alexander Apt, another Russian, right behind him in second. Zheng Jinguo, remember the top 3, control their own destinies in the free skate. Down the list, Trifon Zivanovic, the U.S. silver medalist, in 6th place right now. And it is the 24-year-old from Los Angeles that will get this free skate underway. The U.S. silver medalist, 16th at his first World Championship last season, Trifon Zivanovic, in 6th place after the short program.
Trying to bring it all together to West Side Story. He has told us that he will definitely attempt the quad in this program,
which he has yet to pull off successfully in competition.
Big hurdle to get over. Opening here with the forward edge takeoff. That's the triple axel. 3.5. Leaning forward, though, makes it difficult to do the second jump. Double toe loop. Here's the attempt, hoping to hit his first quad. Oh, doesn't get around. Short quarter of a turn.
Didn't get there. He came closest at the 99.4 Continents competition when he actually landed, but it was on 2 feet. Second Grand Prix event of this season. He came in 5th at Nations Cup. It's a solid performance for him, though.
Too bad. Folding at the waist. Got to stand up straight to land those jumps with good edges on the exit. A little better there.
Triffin told us he's been battling a bone bruise in his right foot, which happened about a month ago. He actually kicked his Mercedes because it wouldn't start. And we can all relate to that. Maybe not the Mercedes part, but certainly kicking our car.
Nice low position in that sit spin. Harder to do. Strength in the leg required to get that low. Now he'll do a spread eagle and immediately step up into a triple Lutz. Very good. Hard entry to do because you're in one position. You have to completely change your shoulders and hips to take off and land the triple.
You know, the other thing he told us, Peter, was that the music is playing at a different pace here in Russia for some reason, and it's been throwing off his timing. Have you ever experienced that?
Well, if it's playing faster than what you're used to, it really does affect you because you have to pick up the pace of the program. You're used to skating at a certain time. You have to rush. In this situation, not good. Well, he really did go for the quad. He came up short on rotation, but it was not a disaster. So he can take this and definitely use it as a learning experience.
First put on a pair of skates to play hockey, which he did until he was 18 years old, and still a big hockey fan. Triffin Ivanovich.
So here's his attempt at the quad. He actually stays pretty perpendicular to the ice, but he just doesn't get around. That left foot shoots out in front instead of going back. Needs a little bit more of a tight position in the air to create that rotation, to get him around. And this is very good because notice the position he's in, spread eagle, then he has to change his hips and vault up into the air off the right foot for a triple Lutz. Very good.
And now 2 sets of marks. The first for technical merit. Those in the 5.2, 5.3 range, Peter.
Boy, do I like to see the judges line up like that. At least there's some
consistency.
Absolutely true. And those are okay marks considering the performance.
And now the second set for presentation. 4.9. That from the Russian judge up to a 5.4. So maybe not the marks he was looking for, but something to build on here in his second Grand Prix appearance of the season. When we come back, the man who is in third place after the short program, Zheng Guo of China, will skate when Cup of Russia continues. The men's free skate continues now here inside the Sports and Concert Complex with the man who was the first skater to land 2 quadruple jumps in one program back in '97. Here is Zheng Guo of China in third place. And he does control his own destiny. If he wins the free skate, he's the overall champion here. His
much emphasis as we put on the quads and the triples. They do have to balance it out with good choreography, variation of speed within the performance. But with this man, you really do look to the exciting jumping that he puts down on the ice. And he'll open up forward edge takeoff, triple axel, the first, and the triple toe. Just a walk in the park.
Just a warm-up, right?
Only 6.5 revolutions. About a second. Now the quad. And the double toe loop on the end of that. Great timing. Pace is perfect for him. Terry, he really trusts his edge and the timing. He doesn't rush. Nerves don't come in. That allows him to really get up into the air and rotate in the perfect position for the jumps.
There are a lot of people who felt they got a raw deal in the short program. The only one to have a clean short program. Yet he's behind the two Russians in third. His second Grand Prix event this season. Had a second place finish at Nations Cup in Germany. Effort this year, as have all the Chinese skaters, to improve their choreography, their artistry. He is working with Gorsa Sur and Renee Roca, former ice dancing champions from the U.S.
Much improved. Remember, we said that he has two quads planned. Well, here's the second one. Oh, as good as the first.
And the first time that he's done that this season, he fell on that second one at Nations Cup. You may remember Timothy Gable earlier this season became the first man to land 3 quadruple jumps in one program. We'll see him next week in Japan.
Rock solid. Right there, not too bad. That's the timing thing. Got a little distracted. You know, I wish his speed was a little better right now. He seems to be skating a little slow, but see if he gets this last triple. Very nice triple Salchow. So, Terry, who am I to say, hey, he's looking a little slow at the end of the program. He's got 2 quads.
Ease up on him, will you?
Yeah.
What kind of condition do you have to be in to do 2 quads and 5 triples in one program?
Oh, my goodness. He really was terrific.
Zheng Jingguo of China, 7th at the World Championships last season. Looking to move up the ladder. He was in 3rd after the short.
Oh my, did he get things going with this triple axel, triple toe loop, forward takeoff, always on the axle, very nice. He trusts his edge, gets up into the air in a perfectly straight position, and just has a nice landing. Here is the quad. It just doesn't get any better than this. It's textbook perfect in the air, bang, checks out, leg goes back, and then he follows it up with a nice double toe loop. And now the second quad, well, he just carried the same jumping mechanics through to this, and that's why he had success. He never fools with his timing on the jumps.
Trying to overtake two Russians here in St. Petersburg. Not an easy task, but the two quads certainly should help. The first set of marks for technical merit in the 5.6 to 5.8 range.
And these are good marks considering 5.8s. Very solid. Remember, he did have that single jump in the program. He didn't want that. That hurt a little.
Now the second set for presentation, 5.2 up to 5.7. So there's the standard that is set. And the two Russians will have to try to top that. Up next, one of them takes the ice. Alexander Apt skates when we return to Cup of Russia. Zhang Guo leads the men's free skate, but plenty of action left as Alexander Apt of Russia takes the ice. 23 years of age from Moscow. He has battled injuries through the last couple of seasons, but now, for the first time in a while, is injury-free, and he's in second place after the short program.
Skating to selections of Celtic music, including river dance. This could be a big day for him if he's able to hit his quad. As we mentioned, he's never done it before.
Family has traveled on the train from Moscow to watch him skate here in St. Petersburg.
Get things warmed up with the triple axel. Great height there. Triple toe, that's the timing you want. This looks good for the quad. If he can keep that together, he may have success.
And he has never landed the quad in competition.
Here it is. Ah, too bad. You can see the 2-foot landing, short of rotation. Needed another quarter turn.
If you're a skating fan, you may remember when we first saw Alexander Apt, or at least took notice of the young Russian. 96 Skate America. But since then, he's had injuries to his hip, a couple of knee injuries, a broken leg, injury where the blade of his skate cut through his quadricep muscle. He's hospitalized for 6 months, could not walk for another 3 months. Now he's back.
Working on the first triple axel in the program. Now he'll repeat here again. Perfect with the technique. Plenty of height, good rotation, nice edge on the run out. jump, the triple loop, very nice. Considering what this man has been through, this is a great comeback. Good composition of the program. He's really at one with the music here. Triple flip, only a double. He wanted one more rotation. Last triple to Zhao, successful.
Well, what a personal triumph this would be for Alexander Abt. Along with Ilya Kulik, he was once the future of Russian skating. Then along came the Plushenkos and the Yagudins to pass him by. And after all the injuries, here he is back on the scene and at home in Russia, trying to make a statement here.
Absolutely true. You have to give him so much credit. I just love his timing here. Letting himself get up into the air, then creating the rotation. The arms come out to stop the rotation, and that allows him to get in the perfect rotation position for the second triple. Here's the quad. The problem here is he doesn't get the rotation he wants. Not high enough, not tight enough in the air with the arms and the legs to give him the 4 rotations, but it was close.
And now Alexander Abt hoping that little home cooking can put him ahead of Zhengjin Guo, who performed 2 quads cleanly in his program for technical merit, 5.5 to 5.7.
Actually, not bad marks. Have to wait to see the presentation to see where he falls in the standings.
Technical merit not as high as Guo's, but here are the presentation marks, and those are higher. 5.6 to 5.8. And Peter, Abt is now in the lead over Zhengjin Guo. So it's the Russian over the Chinese skater, but remember, Plushenko still to skate. And up next, Ivan Denev, the national champion of Bulgaria, will take the ice.
Bulgaria. On the ice is Ivan Denev.
The Grand Prix final certainly not set for the men, though. They're still fighting it out. Right now here in Russia, Alexander Abt over Zhengjin Guo of China. Plushenko still to skate, but here is Ivan Denev of Bulgaria, the 3-time and reigning national champion of that country, in 5th after the short program.
This young man lately has really improved his skating. When we saw him in France, he had a solid skate and finished 3rd. And if he can get his jumps in order, it could be good for him. Here, the triple axel, look at that. Double toe, nice pacing to begin.
He did not attempt the quad in Paris at Trophy Lolique.
But he does want to attempt it here, and this is it. I knew as soon as he stepped into that, he was only going to do a triple because the knee bend wasn't low enough to get him up into the air. It's funny how you can sense that. Really falling off the perpendicular axis.
Peter, there are a number of complicated scenarios that have to play out and a number of tiebreakers, but with this performance, Evgeny may eliminate Michael Weiss, the U.S. champion, who is not here skating, of course, from the Grand Prix Series final. One of the things he has to do is to finish 6th or higher. Into the free skate in 5th.
Edge jump, triple loop. See that tilt in the air. Makes it so hard to land the jumps when you're trying to correct your mistake on the landing. Something the judges look for in the presentation mark is the originality of choreography. Definitely got that going, but without solid landings on the jumps, it opens up the door for other skaters. Footwork section, changing the direction. Triple sow cow. A little labored here at the end of the program. There's some of that originality.
"21 years of age, from Bulgarian capital of Sofia, Evgeny, who finished 14th at the World Championships last season. His effort in the free skate here.
He gets into trouble here on this triple Lutz. The right foot getting up into the air, and then he just flips off the edge and has no chance, and that really sends a shock through your mind. Man, I've got to fix my jumps. And then more problems on the triple loop. You press off that edge, and his shoulders and arms got up so high, threw him off the axis and unable to land it.
So now his marks, Evgeny trying to stay in that top 5 at least. Technical merit, 5.2 to 5.4.
Yeah, the performance didn't hold up at the level that he's capable of, so those marks reflect that.
His coach shaking her head there. Presentation marks now 5.1 up to 5.5. So Denev now into 4th place. And coming up next, the 17-year-old whose passion for this sport has carried him to the number 2 spot in the world. Back in St. Petersburg as the Russian national champion and world silver medalist, 17-year-old Evgeny Plushenko is about to skate. He's made enormous sacrifice to reach his longtime dream at an age when most of us have no idea what our dream is. Leaving his family and his home behind, Evgeny Plushenko traveled over 1,000 miles, looking to find a way to continue in his sport. He was only 11 years old.
Потому что в Волгограде закрыли мою школу. My figure skating school in Volgograd was closed. I had to make a decision. My parents told me if you leave, you're going by yourself. I decided to go, and I met a very good trainer, Mishin.
When Evgeny began training with legendary coach Alexei Mishin, he found himself training among skating's elite. He proved he belonged, though, bursting onto the world scene, claiming a bronze medal at his first World Championship in 1998. With his success came financial rewards. It was Evgeny's skating that kept him from his family. But now, his sport has brought the family back together.
Now, I see my family more often because I bought an apartment in St. Petersburg. So Dad has moved to come live with us.
Since 1998, Plushenko has earned a silver medal at both the 99 Worlds and Europeans. This season, he has already struck gold at Nations Cup with a performance that may have sent a message to fellow Russian Alexei Yagudin, the reigning world champion. Being the best in his sport means everything to Plushenko.
Before I began skating, I didn't know where to put all of my energy. It's everything for me now. Without figure skating, I'm nothing.
Well, through his sport, he has earned a certain amount of fame and fortune, but he's had to give up his teenage years to reach the podium. Now another goal, securing a spot in the Grand Prix final. Here's the leader after the short program trying to win the title here in his adopted hometown, Evgeny Plushenko.
And of course, Plushenko is so capable of landing the quadruple. He has not done it in the Grand Prix yet. He looks to do that here, and it will be the first element. If he hits a good quad, he may put a triple toe loop on the end of that quad, a total of 7 rotations. Here's the first, the quad, and the second, the triple toe. What a start. Now, Evgeny Plushenko may make skating history right here. He has planned the triple axel, triple toe loop, triple loop, all in combination, but the cards have to be all in line for this to work. Here's the first. Here's the second. Oh, he stopped at the triple toe, but doesn't matter, it was great.
Still pretty good cards.
Yeah.
They weren't all in line, but they're not bad. You gotta like the attitude of the 17-year-old too. You alluded to it earlier after talking to his coach, Peter, that he's either going to hit a home run or he's going to hit the ice hard trying.
That's the attitude he needs to become world champion. Triple axel. Oh my goodness, you know, he was so tilted in the air on that. He saved that with brute strength. What awareness he has. Triple Lutz.
Plushenko trying to catch Alexander Apt, also from Russia. Shen Guo in second right now.
Look at him interpret the music while firing off all of these hard jumps. Beautiful triple loop. We're 4 minutes into the program. He hasn't dropped off at all. Fast spin, then he takes this and grabs the leg. Bielmann spin, hard to do, great flexibility.
What a Grand Prix final we're going to have, huh?
I'll tell you what, this man is a fighter.
Able to reunite his family through his success here in St. Petersburg. Ironically, they're not in the building to watch him. He told them, stay home, watch it on TV. I like it that way. 17 years of age, the reigning world silver medalist looking to become #1.
My goodness, does Evgeny Plushenko know how to get your attention? Really getting up into the air on this quad toe loop perfectly, and then follows it up with a big triple toe loop. He's an athlete. He's a great dancer. He interprets the music. And then this. The incredible triple axel, triple toe loop. Now remember, folks, that he intends to add another triple on the end of this in the future. He will be so dangerous with the jumps when he does that. Pressing off that right backward outside edge for the triple loop. Confidence. It's all there for Plushenko.
Now, if he doesn't receive the top marks, what do you think the people in this building will do?
Probably riot.
I'm going to get out of here if that happens. Technical merit marks. Well, look at those. 5.8s and 5.9s.
Outstanding for him and well deserved. He is the future of men's figure skating.
17 years old. And now the marks for presentation. And look at those, 5.8 up to a perfect 6 from the Russian judge. He got a perfect 6 for presentation. Without question, Evgeny Plushenko with the best effort here in St. Petersburg. And there's your champion right there. Maybe your world champion later this season. Plushenko wins it over his countryman Alexander Abt, who is back on his way to the top. Zheng Jinguo of China finishes 3rd down the list. Trifon Zivanovic finishes up in 6th place. And a look now at our Dove winning moment. You could pick any one of a number of moments from the free skate of Evgeny Plushenko. The quad triple combination. A convincing win here at home in St. Petersburg. His 2nd of the Grand Prix series this season. And the overall standings now look like this. Yagudin and Plushenko tied with 2 wins that count in the series. What a Grand Prix final battle it will be between those 2 Russians. Guo now even with Stoiko, and with Alexander Abt getting 12 points overall, and Ivan Denev's 5th place finish here in St. Petersburg. Michael Weiss has been eliminated from the series final. And fur hats are the order of the day, unless you're one of the ladies warming up on the ice for the free skate right now. Overall, the Grand Prix situation looks like this for the ladies. Michelle Kwan with 2 wins is already in the final. Maria Butyrskaya, we expect to see her there as well. But after that, it is wide open for those other spots. Remember, the top 6 ladies end up in the series final. And welcome once again, Terry Gannon back with you. 3 of the top 5 Russian lady skaters are competing here in St. Petersburg.
each one vying for one of those 4 remaining spots in the Grand Prix final, including Irina Slutskaya, who just 2 years ago won the silver medal at the World Championships. We welcome in 2-time U.S. champion Susie Wynn. And Susie, after that silver medal last season was an awful one for Irina Slutskaya. In many ways, her career now hangs in the balance.
Well, she's really trying to turn things around. In the short program, she skated with great confidence. She was strong, and she has a great fight-back attitude. Last year was devastating for her. She didn't even qualify for the World or European Championships. We talked to her. She said she wanted to quit. She really thought it through, talked it over with her husband. She decided to come back and really skate for herself this time. Now, if she takes that attitude into the free program and wins here, she'll be on her way to the Grand Prix Series finals. But more importantly, she's really making a statement saying, hey, I'm back. I'm in the mix, so watch out.
Well, with each point earned by the Russian ladies, it makes it more unlikely for 14-year-old American Sarah Hughes to make it to the series final. But, Peter, there is an American skater here causing quite a stir. Angela Nikodinov in 3rd place overall right now. Almost no one thought she would be that high in the standings, and she could really have the event of a lifetime here.
Well, Terry, I think things are turning around for Angela Nikodinov. 7th at Skate America, but here, after the short program, she's right behind the world bronze medalist Yulia Soldatova. If she can win the free program, being in 3rd, well, she will win this event in Russia, and she could skate her way to the finals. She has said she wants more speed, more energy in her skating this year. She wants people to say wow when she's on the ice. And she's going to need every bit of wow to impress the judges to win here. If she does, things could get a lot better for Angela Nikodinov, where she may go to the finals.
Right now, the standings after the short program, Irina Slutskaya in the lead, then Yulia Soldatova, 2 Russian skaters in the top 2 spots. Then the American, Angela Nikodinov, and Yelena Sokolova in 4th. You can't count her out yet. We're here in Russia. And to get this free skate underway, here is the leader, Irina Slutskaya. Hard to believe she is 20 years of age, and besides Maria Butyrskaya, the elder stateswoman, I guess, of all the Russian teenagers coming up, twice the European champion in '96 and '97, the first Russian or Soviet woman ever to hold that title. And we mentioned the silver medalist at the World Championships 2 seasons ago, but in many ways a comeback season for her, and this would be a huge win here in St. Petersburg.
And has she shown up fit for this competition? In great shape.
The music, the ever-popular Carmen by George Bizet. Miss Triple Lutz will tell the story, see how she gets off here.
Oh, great. Six triples in all. The second triple, very nice. Triple Salchow, double loop. Look at the timing, very relaxed. That's what you need.
It's crystal clear.
Free skate, of course, 4 minutes in length, worth 2/3 of the overall score. The 3 Russian ladies here competing, all from Moscow, and they are good friends. Took the overnight train on Tuesday evening together.
We saw the first triple Lutzen combination. Now, unfortunate for her, a single. She was looking for 3 rotations, only 1 there.
She made that exact mistake at Nations Cup just a couple weeks ago.
Finished 3rd at that Nations Cup competition, earning 7 points, where she get 12 for a win, 9 for 2nd place in the Grand Prix.
But look at the expression of the character within the music, much improved from the past in her skating.
Nice, tight Great triple loop. Excellent.
Now she'll use her right foot to vault up into the air. Very solid, very confident, really attacking the program. That's what you need.
Also, one of her strengths are her spins. Look at this Buhlmann spin. Beautifully centered, great stretch, great arch through the back, and now she does it on the other foot.
Continues with that great position.
You're right, she's really using her music well. This is the area I think she's really improved the most on. Nice, easy double axel.
Last triple in the program, triple toe loop, very good for her. Pretty much home free now.
She's got to be so pleased with this performance. It really, her performance in the short did extend into this performance. She really looks like she's back on track.
The Russian flag's flying high in the sports and concert complex. A new look for Arina Slutskaya this season. Different personal life. She was married in August. She is fit, she is in shape, and maybe more confident than we've seen her in years.
Her triples were so confident. She was crystal clear on all of them except for one. Triple sow-cow into loop. Excellent.
5 big triples in all, so she's got to be happy with that. Here is the triple loop. Really nice, good rotation in the air. And again, it's that confidence edge that she has that I haven't seen in the past of really attacking that looks so good. And now on the spin, look how nicely centered she is. She gets into that ultimate spinning position, which allows her to spin quickly and do the variation in position. Very good. The push starts another spin up to the top. She takes it. She's got to be happy.
And Peter, what the 7 judges are looking for here at this competition are a well-balanced program that includes a good mix of jumps, spins, footwork, and choreography. In the jumps, they consider both the quality and the difficulty of the jump. In the spins, well, they should be well-centered and with a variety of strong positions. In the footwork, intricacy and speed are what's important. And the choreography must display the character of the music and incorporate all the other elements.
And the stuffed animal along with her as she awaits the first of 2 sets of marks. For technical merit, 5.5 to 5.7.
You know, Terry, the judges are looking at the speed that you have in the technical merit, and she had all of that. Very fast.
One constant throughout her career, Zhana Grimova, her coach, seated next to her. Presentation now, 5.4 to 5.9. So Arina Slutskaya, that's a great way to get the ladies free skate underway here in St. Petersburg. Up next, the U.S. bronze medalist in a position to win here in St. Petersburg. Angela Nikodinov takes the ice. Back in St. Petersburg, Arina Slutskaya just completed her free skate and is in the lead. But here is Angela Nikodinov, 19 years of age, from San Pedro, California, and in 3rd after the short program, which is higher than most thought she would be. And remember, if you're in the top 3 heading to the free skate, you control your own destiny.
After Skate America, she was a little disappointed with her 7th place finish, so she went home Rearranged the jumps, did a little housekeeping.
And boy, does that pay off. What a beautiful opening triple Lutz double toe loop. She's secure.
Sometimes it takes a competition to really find the pacing to see what works better. Oh, she's on it today, boy. Beautiful triple loop. Excellent.
Seventh place finish at Skate America. In terms of the Grand Prix, she competed last season and had a third place finish at Skate America. Then this would be a great event for her if she could medal or perhaps even threaten Slutsky at the top. The reigning U.S. bronze medalist.
With that jump, the way it hit the crescendo of the music. Very important.
The music is from the motion picture The Mummy, and her choreographer is Leanne Miller, a very musical choreographer.
The only child of Bulgarian immigrants who came to the U.S. in 1973. Angela speaks Bulgarian and a number of Slavic languages. She understands Russian.
Well, I see big improvement from Skate America. She skated that and really attacked everything.
Yes, there was more sureness in her skating, so she has improved for sure.
Well, she came to challenge the Russians here on their home ice, and no matter what happens in terms of the judges and the medal stand, she's got to be happy with what has taken place here in St. Petersburg. Angela Nikodinov, the U.S. bronze medalist.
What allows her to do this jump so well is the way she positions herself and gets up in the air nice and straight. You can't go wrong when the arms are checked nicely like that and you stop the rotation so well as she does.
And look at this beautiful position on the layback position. She really gets an up and over position through her spine. Very, very pretty, and she's using variations in her arms. Very hard to do.
Forward takeoff on the double axel. She has a good air position, arms, legs together. Very nice for a solid landing.
Angela switched coaches before last season's World Championships. Richard Callahan did not make the trip here to St. Petersburg. I bet he wishes he did now after that performance the last couple of days. For technical merit, 5.2 to 5.4.
Well, I think she knows she's got a way to go, but she certainly is on the right path considering Skate America. Now here in Russia, an improvement. Good for her.
Presentation marks 5.1 up to 5.4. So Angela in second place right behind Arina Slutskaya. We're coming back with Yulia Soldatova, the Russian teenager who won the bronze medal at the World Championships last season. She is in second after the short program. Back inside the Sports and Concert Complex, Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers, and Susie Wynn as the ladies free skate continues now with Yulia Soldatova, 18 years of age from Moscow, part of that younger generation which has a great future. Russian skaters extremely strong, and second after the short program.
Hard to do because you have to do 3 rotations, stop the rotation, then immediately step up into the second triple, and that was a hard fall. Going for it, but the wrong position caused that.
Remember, Slutskaya leads. Nikodinov of the U.S. in second. In terms of those that have competed in the free skate so far.
Peter talking about timing. There was a single luck. She'd planned a triple. Just didn't really get the strong set position needed to get the jump up.
I think she was still rocked from that fall. That was a hard one.
Very nice stretch in this camel position, pushing back into a back camel position. You want them to look equal. Sometimes the back camel isn't as lifted as the second. That was very good.
At the Russian National Championships last season. She also finished second in this event a year ago.
Nice triple loop, and then she resets and sets right into a double axel.
Another attempt at the triple. Better on that one. 3 rotations. Stepping out of that. Want to see a continuous edge without skater flipping forward.
Second at Skate America, second at Skate Canada. The question now is whether or not Yulia Soldatova can get to the second spot on the podium here. Angela Nikodinov has that spot right now.
I got to give her so much credit for coming back after that body slam on the first jump. She really kept her composure.
You're right. She didn't lose any speed. She kept fighting. That's commendable.
And this is where it started. The triple Salchow gets up into the air. Good rotation there, but then she really starts to lean and doesn't get around and bang down on that hip. As I say, to come back from that, tremendous.
And this is all about the recovery, Peter.
You got it.
Beautiful triple loop. She puts these jumps in sequence, that is right after each other. Steps right forward into the double axel. That's 2.5 rotations. Adds a little hop right there into double toe loop. It's very hard to do. It takes a lot of energy to keep those jump sequences in order.
So here's the first set of marks for technical merit. 5.2 up to 5.6.
Would have got more credit for sure without the fall, but she did have a lot of variety of skating within her program.
And remember, she was in second place after the short program, so that gives her a bit of an edge over Angela Nikodinov. For presentation, 5.3 up to 5.7. So Soldatova able to get to the second spot right behind Slutskaya, and it pushes Angela Nikodinov down to third right now. Well, the Russians just keep coming. Up next, Yelena Sokolova, the 19-year-old from Moscow, takes the ice in fourth after the short program when Cup of Russia continues. The ladies' free skate continues now with Yelena Sokolova of Russia taking the ice in fourth place after the short program. Slutskaya leads over Soldatova, the top two spots occupied by Russian skaters, then Nikodinov of the U.S. in third.
The trick to Sokolova will be for her to not back off at all. She's really got to charge into these jumps, be aggressive. Backing off a little bit there. Wants to pick up the pace. Triple Lutz, double toe.
She's the defending champion of this event. Last season, she beat out her two friends, Soldatova and Slutskaya. So far this season, she has a third place finish at Skate America.
There. Takes her time, doesn't rush on the takeoff. Don't you think so?
I think so. And sometimes, like in that case, when she waits too long, it just doesn't help her with the jump timing.
This is an edge jump. It's the triple loop. She'll press up off the right foot. Nice there. Easy timing. Look at that low position in the sit spin. Hard to do. Support your weight like that down that low.
Still mathematically possible for her to win this event, but very unlikely. Remember that competition within the competition, though, between the Russian skaters. 3 spots at the World Championships, and there are 5 Russian lady skaters trying for those spots when you include Victoria Volchkova and Maria Butirskaya, who are not here.
And considering how competitive they all are during practice, they're joking with each other, smiling. It's kind of nice to see in the ladies that relaxed attitude. Nice triple toe, double toe. spirit. She missed the first double axel, only doing a single, and she said, nope, let's go back and try for the double.
Layback position could be a little bit better with the foot turned out.
But it's the end of her program, Peter. Come on.
Give her a break here.
Our colleague Dick Button would certainly have something to say about that layback spin.
Well, her parents were advised by doctors when she was 4 years old, get her involved in the sport because she was not a healthy child. By mistake, they enrolled her in a highly competitive class of figure skaters, and it was the best mistake of her life. Yelena Sokolova, the 19-year-old from Moscow.
Here is the triple flip. Right foot will vault her up into the air. Nice. She does not mess with her timing. The only thing I'd like to see her do is have a little more speed and attack, but she doesn't rush the takeoff. Here, the triple toe loop. It's only a double. It's a very awkward mistake. She got distracted, and that's what happens when you get distracted. Lose your concentration. Not good.
Now her marks for technical merit, 5.1 up to 5.5. She was in fourth after the short.
Pretty big swing there. 1 and 5. Russian judge at 5.5.
So now for presentation, 5.1 to 5.5 as well, and she's able to knock Angela Nikodinov off the podium. Yelena Sokolova here in Russia grabs the third spot in the standings. One skater left. Lucinda Roux, the best spinner in the world, takes the ice. Back in St. Petersburg, the final skater getting ready to go here in the ladies free skate, Lucinda Roux of Switzerland. In today's world of figure skating, the jumps get all of the attention. But Lucinda Roux specializes in a lost art, the spin. Here's Peter with more.
As I'm spinning, it's kind of, sometimes I could just spin so long it just feels like I'm not really on Earth, like I'm just in my own world.
Lucinda Roux's spins are truly out of this world, and it's all about balance and timing. The trick of a good spin is that it must be centered perfectly by balancing on one point of the blade. Just as a top loses its momentum when it gets off balance, so too does the skater lose speed when she is even slightly out of alignment. The body, arms, and leg help to keep this balance, and they are also used to increase the speed of the spin. In Lucinda's case, she can rev it up to about 270 revolutions per minute. Lucinda's extraordinary spinning talent also allows her to create unusual positions while still maintaining the speed of the spin.
Partly it's probably a gift from God, probably a talent, and partly because I worked on spinning. Not necessarily like the techniques of spinning, not necessarily thinking where I should stay or where I should be balanced, but really I just think I have the feeling.
But the big question is, why doesn't Lucinda get dizzy?
Probably all the smart people at Harvard could answer that better than I could, because I really don't know why. I really don't know. Maybe it's a matter of getting used to it, but I really don't have an answer.
Well, actually, the answer is pretty straightforward. Practice. Dizziness is merely a function of the brain sending off an alarm indicating that something's wrong. Just as a sailor has to get his sea legs, the more Lucinda spins, the more her brain accepts the dizzy condition as normal. And then she doesn't get dizzy. But the root of her success is really the passion she has for her expertise.
Good for you, Lucinda Roux. Talk about a full spin, a back scratch. Oh, terrific. I just love her skating. I think she's wonderful.
Well, she may not get dizzy. There is a risk of getting dizzy watching her skate. Here she is, our final skater in the ladies free skate. 20 years of age from Switzerland. Lucinda Roux takes the ice in 5th place after the short program.
The music, theme, and variations from Suite Number 3. The composer, Tchaikovsky.
Her biggest struggle will absolutely be the jumps. We know that from watching her in practice. We've talked so much about her spins, but It has to be a well-balanced program with all skating elements. You can see the cheat there, didn't get around all the way. 3 rotations necessary.
She's been cautious in practice. She's had a little bit of an injury to the back. Chiropractor has been looking it over, so she's been very cautious in the jumps.
You'll know why when you see her spin for sure. Wants to complete the rotation, get around 3 times. No. Timing. Double axel forward takeoff. That was better.
What an accomplished person, though, at the age of 20. She has lived in 7 different countries. Most of the cities she has lived in have been major cities around the world. Has studied the violin, the cello, an accomplished ballerina, and now she's studying to become a pilot.
The one thing I really enjoy about her skating is she always looks involved with the music. Oftentimes, skaters start to concentrate on the jumps. She's really performing them.
Nice carriage and style where she holds her body when she skates also. But you can just see the poor thing struggles so much on the jumps. Without that attack and height and rotation, quickness, difficult to do the jumps. And again, you have to ask how much of a factor is the back injury.
These positions are just extraordinary. No one can do this. Beautiful line and extension. That's really where her strengths are.
And she gets into that perfect spin position that centers her body. She's so well balanced. You show me a pilot that can do that.
Not on purpose.
She's such a lovely skater, a great spinner. She's really enjoyable to watch. If she can get those jumps in order and balance out the program a little better, wow, she'll have even something more special.
But she does make you watch her, even though she's falling on her jumps.
Yeah, she's very elegant.
20-year-old Lucinda of Switzerland will have her marks when we return to St. Petersburg. Lucinda sits and waits for the judge's decision.
And what allows her to do this and create these beautiful positions is the balance that she has over the blade, the center. Picture a pole going straight up and down from the skate. She never strays off of that. It allows her to spin in one spot and quickly.
And this spin is called the back scratch position. So hard to learn, so hard to do well, but no problem for Lucinda.
And look, she doesn't move from one spot, staying centered in your screen. Phenomenal.
But the falls on the jumps will hurt her. 4.3 up to 5.1 for technical merit. Certainly reflected in those scores. And for presentation now, 4.7 up to 5.3. So Lucinda falls to 6th place after being in 5th after the short program. But it is a big win for Aryna Slutskaya. She'll pick up $30,000 for the victory and a lot of confidence and a lot of credit down the line when you look at the Russians who may make the world team. Yulia Soldatova and then Yelena Sokolova, the top 3 all-Russian skaters. Angela Nikodinov finishes just out of the top 3.
Through 5 of 6 events in the Grand Prix now, Slutskaya and Soldatova of Russia have joined Michelle Kwan as those who have already qualified for the Grand Prix final. 1 event left, 3 spots still remaining. Sarah Hughes, by the way, has all but been eliminated.
Remember, we're back with you next week from Nagoya, Japan.